New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New
New gameplay.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New UI.
New AI Ray.
New system, new system, new system, new system, new system, new system.
New system, new system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New airdrop vehicle. New weapon.
New themed area.
New interface. New UI.
New AI ray.
New system. New system. New system. New system. New system. New system.
New system. New system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
Welcome back to day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia 2026. My name is Erangel, together with Choo Choo and Will. Yangon Galacticos continue to create this big gap at the top, or will another team catch up to them? That will be the question for us all today. How are you feeling today, Choo Choo?
Yes. That's the feeling today. The feeling of yes, I think so. YG gonna do that, because don't forget about this, by the way, Cloud. Yes, I'm super excited when it comes to today. We do know yesterday has been a rotation of chickens all day, except for YG. This seems to be the only consistent team by far. But don't forget, why I said yes in the first place. Remember that within 1 week, I think they got the most chicken dinner for the entire week as well. That was 8 chickens in a week. I wanted them to score 10, but they give me an 8. So yeah, I mean, with their caliber right now, I don't see anybody that can actually match up to their tier and the current level.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite apparent, right? Like, even like yesterday in day number 1, every round they are at least top 4. So have not gone above top 4. I mean, the level of consistency is just insane. And everyone else, like second, third place and onwards, they're just cancelling out each other and just overtaking each other. But Yangon Galacticos is still up there. And now they've created a comfortable gap, so to speak. So even if they go out like 0 points in 1 or 2 rounds, it doesn't really matter to them. But before we go on to the show, just to remind everyone of our format. Right now, we are in the finals, day number 2, and these teams, they played a 2-week league stage. And after going through all that, we have our best 16 teams here who are playing, well, not only today, but since yesterday as well. And tomorrow will be the last day where we will determine who will be the champion of them all.
Yeah, but when it comes to lifting the trophy and also the 3 slots to as PMGO, there's going to be a lot at stake here. But also when it comes to the motivation and what they're fighting for as well, is going to be the prize pool. A total of 30,000 prize pool in the back, which some of them already snatched half of it during the league stage. We do know when it comes to first place, however, YG managed to score himself the first top 2 with 1,600 and 1,300, but it will be doubled during the grand finals here, where we're lifting the trophy. Will also get away with 2,800 US dollars. Now down to 13 and 16th place, nobody's going to go back empty-handed with $200 respectively.
Yes, and this is, of course, just to give you a better idea of the schedule. Today is the 2nd of May, so we are in the second last day for this season. Tomorrow will be the final day, so make sure you mark your calendars for tomorrow as well. We're going to be on broadcast, same time, same channel. So tomorrow we'll find out who will be the ultimate champion. Will it still be Yangon Galacticos, or will it be another team? So a lot of questions for us to answer. But not only that as well, we also want to find out who are the remaining top 3 teams who will be getting the ticket into PMGO. And here are your competing teams in the grand finals.
Yeah, and it's going to be Hive, International, YG, JNK, MSI 214, Observation Esport, NGGZ, TTQ, Osja, GGHKG, BKE, Nemesis, KE, On Fire, SKC. The 16 teams yesterday, they showed quite a caliber what they made of for their day number 1 of grand finals. But I have to say, if I get to pick and choose one of the teams that seems to be outstanding yesterday, we couldn't overlook Nemesis side as well, because from at the very bottom, now they pushed themselves up to the 4th place by end of the day yesterday. But you mentioned about the gap. Who's fallen behind? How far behind are they right now compared to the first place? It's 30 points, 31 points. But Hive, good news, they haven't scored a chicken yet. So once they score a chicken, they might actually shrink the gap and possibly take over number 1 spot.
They probably need to do more than just one chicken dinner. They have to be consistent, but they also have to find a way to maybe even stop Yangon Galacticos from collecting more points because of the level of consistency that they have. Well, if any opportunity or any team wants to grab that opportunity to gain as many points as possible, the best map would be in Rondo because of the recall feature. And that will be our first game for today, followed by 2 Erangels, and then we'll have a short break before we return back for another Erangel, and we will end the day in Miramar. So 6 matches here today. In totality, we have like 12 more games to go before we lock in the champion. But will we need 12 games? Or will the champion be kind of determined after 10 games? We don't know. So there's something that you need to stay tuned for tomorrow.
Yep, and especially I love the fact that you pointed out Rondo. This is where we get to see numbers going crazy. Yesterday wasn't the most out of for certain teams. We do know a couple of teams being taken out early, especially the teams at the very bottom. We talked about KE quite plenty yesterday as well regarding the performance. And it's not really balancing when it comes to experience and what being portrayed for their grand finals day one. Hopefully they will try to make a comeback when it comes to day number 2 here. But when it comes to you guys that are watching at home, you guys have to have this now because we are running out of time. The PUBG Mobile X Apollo Automobile collaboration, which are already live right now.
Yes, and if you get this is of course in conjunction with PUBG Mobile's 8th anniversary, and you can celebrate with hypercar power. Drive the legendary Apollo Project Evo and Apollo Intensa Emozione. Unlock exclusive Apollo themed items and experience rebellious German engineering. Only available for a limited amount of time until the 10th of May. So time is running out right now. Only 8 more days to go. Make sure you get it inside of your PUBG Mobile.
Now we're back about the topic regarding for today's first map, which was which is going to be Rondo. In yesterday's Rondo, so far we had slightly towards a circle around the center, just on the outskirts of New York's factory around there somewhere. And then when it comes to elimination wise, we didn't get our most eliminations yet because we've seen when the team's getting themselves 20 edge eliminations in Rondo back during the league stage. Today, do you think that might happen here with a lot at stake, Cloud?
Well, now that we are in day number 2, right? So by the end of day number 2, we can somewhat conclude that there will be a batch of teams that is like, okay, it's hard for them to get the championship, and maybe there will be a batch of teams as well that will be hard for them to even get into the top 3, which is the ticket to PMGO. So if they want to put themselves in contention for tomorrow still, they have to bring all their A game here today. And what better map to start off with than Rondo, right? So I believe that today's the day we might see maybe more fights or more desperate moves from teams in order for them to catch up to the points.
Oh, that's very true. And speaking of regarding the benchmark, here we do know there are certain gaps that we do know it's quite realistically doable for the teams to catch up in case they have to do it starting off tomorrow. What do you think the best number of points of gap between the 3rd and 4th place at least for them to just make it through the PMGO slot afterwards, the PMGO SEA slot?
Well, we don't really have a reference, right? Because before this, it was always the smash rule. But I guess even if it's like a tiebreaker gap, then it's already good enough for the 3rd place team. If it goes down to really the tiebreaker, then it's going to be super dramatic. I'm pretty sure the teams don't want to leave it to the tiebreaker because tiebreakers can be very tricky. Some of it can be like quite obvious, like number of chicken dinners, but if it goes down to like points and all these, then yeah, there will be a lot of more calculation that needs to happen behind the scenes. So even if it's like a 1 point gap, I'm sure whichever team that got into the top 3 would appreciate that one. But we don't always get a tiebreaker. We have got that before in different kinds of PUBG Mobile tournaments, but it's not the best case scenario for the teams. It will be kind of fun for us to try to figure out at the very, very end, but for teams, it's like they will be at the super edge of their seat until it's officially calculated.
Yeah, it's sort of a double-edged sword during that time, whether you want to go super aggressive because you're pushed into that position, or you will be super passive because you are under that pressure as well. So it's pretty hard for the players to hold themselves back with that kind of pressure to perform at this stage. But it's a lot at stake here, Clark. We do know when it comes to that PMGO slot, which only the top 3 will make it through. The top 3 can go to the PMGO SEA, which contributes at seeding into the PMGO global stage and the PMGC point as an entirety of their journey. So it's super important for them to actually make it through. And especially with the teams that we do know quite legacy as well, the repeating name example, I'm I was slightly disappointed yesterday regarding JNK's performance, because I do know they are one of the teams that do have that capability. They are that high caliber players, but it feels like whenever it's grand finals, there's certain teams they're doing great during league stage, but when it comes to the grand finals, I think, are they? Do you think it's an overthinking issue for the players here?
Well, the former players of Burmese Goals who was at the PMGC before this, well, overthinking is always very subjective, right? It's always a thing that it's very hard to tell just by looking at the game, and sometimes that to bring that as a point, it's always it's hard to prove the point. But if I were to put out any point for JNK, then I think the competition for other teams are getting more tighter. In fact, we do see that some of the Filipino teams are doing really, really well. So it's probably less about them not performing themselves, but it's also, I see it as more of like the other teams performing well. So it's like, if you remember like yesterday, like the Mios from Team Nemesis, he clutch Yango Galacticos, and you don't get to see that all the time. So if they are able to create those kind of moments, then it just shows that they are just getting better and better. And that means that, well, it's a competition at the end of the day, right? So all the other teams will need to really catch up to it. If not, they will just fall back.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree regarding how Nemesis plays yesterday, specifically that individual called Demios. He did so well that I want rooted Nemesis today. I'm sorry, Hive. Yes, it's more realistic to call out Hive when it comes to prediction by end of today, because we do know what they're capable of. But with what Nemesis showed off yesterday, I have to put them up here. But for you, you're going for Misfit International HKG. I mean, no question asked regarding YG. They're pretty much straightforward, the number one team, and they never drop a ball yet. But Misfit International and HKG, what's the story?
Yeah, so the story is that, YG, I guess, is self-explanatory. So Misfit International, I want to pick a team from the middle, and I want to pick a team from the other end. So Misfit International and HKG was my pick from those. And I kind of felt that maybe because we picked like somewhere in the middle and somebody at the end, right? If they can come up with a good story, like a chicken dinner based on this prediction, then it will make a fun story. And plus HKG, new kids on the block, coming in with the chicken dinner in the finals, not bad. Let's see if they can do it.
And we're starting our day 2 grand finals. Yeah, starting with none other than Rondo map. This is going to be super fun to watch and very entertaining indeed, because it's double flight path and it intersect right on top of Yulin. I love the fact that you mentioned about Rondo, and this is where the teams you talked about there, they will try to farm elimination points here. And you talked about HKG, high chance. HKG, one of the teams that seems to be more productive during the early stage of any map. So I think there might be a chance of HKG getting a first fight. Are we doing predictions like who's going to start the first fight again?
Okay, so Rondo, that we can expect a brawl, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of HKG again getting involved in an early fight. They are dropping in Dunching, and another team's overlapping them, but I'm not too sure what that team is, but I would still say HKG. Okay, maybe just to add on the spice, which team would get the first blood? I'll probably still say HKG.
Okay, high chance it would be. We had a couple of shots by HKG already. So that you called. And the thing is, both teams are happy to be the one that in your prediction is actually HKG versus Misfit International. Did you did that by coincidence, or you just know? Because it happens to be your predictions fighting against each other right now.
Yeah, I orchestrated it. I said that you guys have to fight together. Just because both of you are in my prediction and somebody has to survive. Speaking of survive, it's not only them. Looks like BKE is in the fight as well against Observation Esports, and BKE lost one player, Sky Nana, but then again, this is Rondo, so as long as somebody's still alive, he can still be brought back in. But Hive International and 214 also in the fight.
Yep, and Observation Esports as well. They are scoring himself one One of them still knocked down. BKE, Baby Young, tried to calculate the angles before toss that throw balls, but he will just try to cancel it. It's going to be a corner game once more between these two teams. Young Mi going in with an AKM, but we're switching over to that micro Uzi. Back to us, chill guy who got another corner here, playing around the walls, and Peekaboo, I see you, and back indoors.
And Frenzy gets it with the Astolf K. And did he do enough? Oh, not yet. There's one more on the outside. Here comes the chase. He's pretty low on bullets though. He does have a AUG as a secondary weapon. You can probably switch to that. Out the fact that his opponent is pretty low. Still gonna go with the nade. As it's across to lock in the elimination point. That's going to be a tight 1v1 because both players are low on health.
Very low indeed. Not sure whether they got himself that recall play or not. Yep, OV being recalled. I assume the whole team is going to be okay. Except for Chill Guys who's still reviving Rex right now, whilst Frenzy is still trying to loot up all the death boxes laying around, cooking his nade. Saw exactly that angle, but just slightly a tad bit too late to toss that nade. And Frenzy trying to find himself a way out first, since the rest of the team will get revival. BKE, they're not reviving yet. They haven't recalled. The rest of the team's been knocked down, and the one that being eliminated early on.
Well, we'll check on them later because right now Ching Ching being checked on by HKG. Astolf K, very clutchable weapon. But we're talking about a 1v4 perhaps here. And also he's pretty low on health, so not sure what his chances are. But anyway, even if it goes down here, teammates are elsewhere. But still, wow. We get a knock and lock in the elimination point, and now it's his turn.
It's pretty tough for for Ching Ching to actually fight against the entirety of HKG by himself there just now. But for BK, the same goes for Frenzy. He did not leave the compound. He's still fighting for another one, but a bit of trade-off, and that's going to be back to revive. That's where the rest of HKG will get that revival to. But it's quite concerning for BKE. I think they haven't found themselves any recall tower yet, and that should be a red flag, a warning right now for them.
Yeah, if he didn't go for the jump shot, then maybe he could have got that now, but it's a quick decision that he made to do the jump shot. But it's okay. I mean, he can still be brought back into the battleground. They still have one player active somewhere. So the recall tower will be a focus for BKE for sure. Who else? Okay, everyone else is back as a full squad, so it's only BKE. But we have Ostia as well. So Ostia, one player is out. So there will be another player or another team that will be looking to get the recall tower. And Yagu Galacticos, as usual, like to play it nice and slow, coming in later, but this time they will face resistance from OF on fire.
Taken out by Sea Cloud. I guess YG have a high chance for the FMVP for this season as well, but on fire, special axe. Try to challenge YG from afar. But when it comes to the teams that's quite aggressive in the start here, Tier 1 actually scored themselves as 4. They did manage to get almost a full team wiped out here compared for the scores, but maybe they're fighting two teams. But we haven't got any of the fights before, do we, in this map?
Yeah, not yet. Well, to be fair as well, like daily we only run this map like once, right? So perhaps tomorrow is another opportunity. But opportunity also taken by KE. They got a knock somewhere else. So time to quick esports. Don't follow up yet though. Okay, yeah, that's another fight. That's Mauburubu. I think that's our favorite IGN in this tournament this season.
Yeah, it's been a while. Welcome back, Mauburubu. And back to Master Small YG, trying to get some points from very far shots, long distance shots. Playing it very safe, like you mentioned. YG taking things slow and easy. No pressure whatsoever. Still pursuing the challenge towards On Fire. They're chasing the tails of On Fire right now. YG committed to this fight and getting those points. But how far they're willing to go for it. HKG seems to be fighting still. MSI currently.
And Chin Chin finishes off since elsewhere. Welcome back, Joseph. Recalled back by his teammate just like how we expected. Time to quick esports and KE. They were at it for quite a while. But Tidy Quick Esports, they managed to bring back their teammates. KE, they want to finish up the job. Mr. Maburubu. Here he is. Not only his name is unique, but if you try to pronounce his name, it rolls. It's like Maburubu. Yeah.
Feels good. Maburubu. Campus. I love that we do see a slightly proactive rotation aside of KE today. Because there are some trends that if you're running away from a lot of fights, usually the teams that are running away don't seem to score as much. But for KE, it's totally a different scenario. This time, they're taking the first steps forward on fire. On the other hand, they were being chased by YG before and now be surrounded by Nemesis. Another team that seems to be on the hunt. Oh, shots from afar. I think that's probably YG still. Ozja going for 2-1-4 now. Finally we get to see 2-1-4 fight.
And Ryujin alone. You can see the other members of 2-1-4. Are they going to go for it though? But Ryujin immediately goes down. Numbers is against him. And Ozja will pick up their point. But I guess the plan for 2-1-4 is to bring back Ryujin through the recall tower elsewhere. But they have to decide where, because right now the circle is going to close and it's going to go down south at least, around the Era Stadium and Bamboo. I'm looking at the northern side of the circle where Nemesis and On Fire is. I think that's going to be the next clash point.
Probably true. Probably going to be a choke point as well for the teams. 2-1-4. Feels like they want to go for a retreat, and I think a lot of lesson learned by a lot of teams yesterday that they don't want to overstay themselves or extended fights outside of the safe zone. Didn't seem working out quite well because that was happening almost the entirety of Erangel and Miramar twice. A lot of them be taken out by the blue zone instead, so probably a lot of teams try to get in as fast as they can as JNK taking on TTQ while KE try to be a third party going on. Well, we do have Nemesis as well. This not going to be a choke point, it's going to be a bloodbath here as well. Four teams might be clashing with each other quite early.
Oh, but look at that nade by Master Ichi. Now he's rushing in with the SLK. Wants to finish up the job. Almost got it. He's taking a lot of damage at the same time. But he finally found an angle. That's going to be one down. Maburubu still in the game, managed to heal up. This is an opportunity to save his teammate though. Molly from the top from Mr. Davan. This fight is going to be really tricky just because of how this terrain is.
Yep, too many tall rocks. It's quite slippery as well if they're not being careful where they stand. But it's a very good hiding point for teams that are playing solo though. If they don't have enough manpower, it's quite a good place to hide himself. A lot of nook and cranny for them to search. But MSI and SKC seems to be struggling. SKC might be the first team out if they don't have that recall tower available nearby.
Ooh. Look who's nearby. Lil Yatka. At the very end. So I'm very close. SKC's out. But now the focus is onto these two players. Jump shot with the SFK. Easy work by Soam to lock in that point. A few long range shots, but not going to be a big problem for Soam. As long as he brought in the point for the team, that's cool. And this fight is over. But the fight between KE and JNK is still ongoing.
Very long fight indeed. But in the meantime, that makes me think about their resources. Do they have enough for themselves to sustain this kind of fight on the side of KE? Still tapping it, one tap up far towards the side of Nemesis. While Wajimane caught off guard by Observation Esports just on the outskirts of the circle. While another team bites the dust, that's going to be Ozja Esports. Clay Jr. on the side of Observation Esports and the rest of OV. We go rotate into the circle right now despite they almost got himself that point. YG still alive with that recall tower available nearby for the other teammates.
I'm good to see we get to see Nangax coming back, so that's okay. And teams are starting to like, okay, we're willing to tank the blue just to use the recall tower now. So that's why we see a number of teams like spending time in the blue. They're trying to get to the recall tower, or they're done with the recall tower and now they're heading into the circle. And circle update, we're not going to get a stadium circle, so it's going to be an open one just outside of Bamboo. Next potential clash point might involve Hive International. I'm looking at the left side of the circle, but we're going to zoom in onto NGGZ. They're pretty comfortable here, just outside of stadium, so I don't see any other team coming by.
I'm hoping the circle ended up right on top of bamboo. That would be fun to watch. We don't have a lot of bamboo fights so far. But back to us, 2-1-4. That's a very good spray. Crispy one from Capo. Again, never failed to disappoint. Sorry, never failed to amuse us. 2-1-4 Capo managed to score one from that very long distance as well, scoring themselves a 5 points in total for the side of 2-1-4 Capo. Here comes the Reserve on fire. Gerald being surrounded. Not so good games. Definitely in not so good position right now as a solo play. But I think not so good games. They are going for just the information just now. So they're probably going to recall their teammates anytime soon.
Yeah. Hopefully they still have enough recall towers around them. That's going to be another factor too. From Fire, I guess they'll be interested to take this area. It's pretty nice, high grounds and all that. But NGGZ, okay, is that the teammates here? And they caught one from KE. That's going to be Davan, eliminated by Red. While they're gathering information, they know that more opponents are around the corner. Another one passed by. GG comes to say hello, so we have at least 3 teams here.
Special axe bleeding out. It's very populated on the outskirts and on top of stadium right now. Support trying to find for any sort of information, going circling around with his buggy, hoping to see a glimpse of enemy just to get information so they know which way to rotate. But inside of the stadium itself, seems like KE taking a fight where they winning over because of how they got those elevations of grounds right on top of each other, while KE managed to take out another team which was on fire. Now they have plenty of time to reset, but for Observation Esports, they're quite scattered about.
Oh, but the Russian here, Observation Esports, not interested. After you pointed out, like, oh, they're scattered out, that's probably something that they realized as well. So they're trying to get together again. But one of their players kind of caught out. Play Junior receives damage and smoked up vehicle. But he's okay. Alright, they even found a compound for them to park themselves and reset.
No. I'm so worried that Clay will get stuck in between because there's some people still shooting quite far. He managed to switch the vehicle, but at a stake and quite risking his life here just to get away, managed to find himself a safe spot. But the circle shifted right on the outskirts of bamboo. Thank you, game. It gave me exactly what I'm hoping to see, and we have TTQ right on top of around the bamboo area, and we do have one recall tower inside of circle for now, so whoever takes that spot, it's going to be a hot spot right away because everybody will be rushing towards that side. But this side though, there's going to be another choke point.
Chuchu's wish is coming true again. But whose wish will be granted here in this kind of fight? GG zooming past by, not the kind of position that they want to stop and take that fight. We'll let this one go. Next is going to be KE, Master D2K, passing by NGGZ. But JNK, oof. Fortunately out this time, one elimination point. Not working out for the Master D2K. Goes down to the hands of MM. That's going to be KE losing another player. Now for GG, good thing for them is that they managed to get into the circle. Not too far from the middle, that's okay. But they need to find a good spot.
To get out of here, pretty much hard itself. To find a spot is going to be sort of some difficulty right now for GG. At least they try to give themselves a bit of a ditch, so they have more covers. So they dig the ground themselves. Support. It couldn't make it. Just not working. I guess it's not working today. So they need to start to move. Still trying to hover around, but back to as the teams outside of the safe zone. We're back to 2-1-4. Capo is firing towards KE, while Carrillo, or aka Davan, is running away. I think they might move in parallel motion between these two teams.
Well, if only Davan could move right now. It's kind of busy at this moment with 2-1-4. See, will he be able to get away? Okay, he has the Pico bus. And he has his teammates behind him, so he can follow up as a marker, so it should be alright. I don't see 2-1-4 really pressuring them. In fact, 2-1-4, the pressure is going to be onto them. The fact that they don't have any players in the circle at all, at least for KE, they're all in the circle right now. So now they'll be gatekeeping 2-1-4 from coming in.
Question is 2-1-4 whether they want to go the same direction where KE is at, or do they take a longer rotation? Right now feels like they're tailing very closely, KE behind, and actually just opposite the other way. And Capo managed to get on Marlboro. And it seems like it starts to break the formation for KE. It is not doing great. Despite they having the upper hand before, they rotate in first to do the gatekeeping. But 2-1-4 tailing them too closely and read them like a book. And now Mix, he can just find himself an opening around the off angle. If Davan is down, it's going to be go time for 2-1-4.
Oh, and Capo turning his target within the smoke. Not the easiest thing to do, but Davan got him with the nade. Beautifully tossed. Master D2K now finds another angle, tries to pin down the player from 2-1-4. Min is pretty low at this moment. All they need to do is just rush in. And Davan comes in. It's going to be a 1v1, dancing around. And Davan, make quick work out of him.
Oh, here comes not so good games. Minor spot him. Oh, it seems like a perfect angle. Will that be the last? Another one dropping in. No way. Oh, they managed to actually avoid all that. Oh, the angle is going to be pretty tough. A skill score of 1. Minor getting on 1. That's going to be Davan back on his feet. Oh, the other two still going for the revive. The rest of not so good games are here to take it away. Oh, they're being surrounded. There's also Hive just arriving. KE. Oh, still licking their wounds though.
Well, that's good for KE. They managed to survive this one. They're alright. You just need to save Davan. Should have that space. Oh, but Hive International. Range is here around the corner. They're looking for elimination points because they know they need to bring the points in to catch up to Yangu Galactico, so they cannot play this one passively. This is the round and today is the day that Hive International needs to pump in those points. Now they're trying to peek around the corner just to see if there's any opportunity against KE. They're going to start off against Mr. Maburubu.
Oh, he's been cornered down. But I agree, Hive going for the points. They definitely have the upper hand in terms of firepower here. But it's going to be a 3v3 since KE managed to reset himself. But do they want to take the risk for Hive? Were they willing to go further for their miles here just to get more points? While, you know, they're quite close to the blue zone as well. But KE, they managed to go for another revival. Unfortunately for HKG, they're going down quite early. But KE, this is way better than yesterday. They got the most points across the board right now.
Oh yeah, 10 points already for KE. An opportunity is presented to them to bring in more points, but it's not the easiest of tasks. 4 teams around this area. We have Hive International, we have NGGZ as well around the corner. Nobody's willing to let go of each other, and we're coming to stage number 6 soon. And one more found in the corner. And Davan eliminated 2 OG players adding at each other. And now KE, we need to play without Davan and even without Mr. Maburubu. And KE is out.
Yeah, I think they pretty much get squashed down left, right and center just now. Sandwiched so hard by not so good games. Hive and another team which was Nemesis from afar. But YG, they are going out quite early this time, but still got himself 6 eliminations. Slightly lower bar than yesterday. Yesterday's standard was minimum 7 eliminations in a map. But still quite consistent when it comes to the points. But BKE, TTQ, the one that hiding with the Pico bus for a long time, now being discovered. Lucky is super lucky because BKE has been hiding there for quite some time.
Yeah, and now it's opportunity for TTQ. Oh, in fact, they're sending players across. And here comes Title Quick Esports, taking the CQC in, and Zin gets one. Give for the rest of EKE, and they found it. Oh, but then again, heavy casualty right now. The Title Quick Esports minus is in trouble. How long more can he withstand this? He managed to heal up. Oh no, Minus eliminated. Too bad, but nevertheless, Title Quick Esports, not only they won this fight, but they also got a position in the next phase circle.
We're down to 7 teams. With MSI still having a 4 member, and they got himself 11 eliminations. High chance, you know, MSI do have a shot at taking that number 1 spot by end of today if they keep this going. All 4 of them seems to be stacking together. Nemesis still do have the vantage point where they got himself on top of the rooftop with an AUG to scout things over, but 360 degrees of work is quite plenty for Dale. Hopefully it's He's taking too much weight for himself there to gain those information. But back to it's another team here, TTQ and GG. There's only one thing stopping between these two teams, and that's going to be this one huge rock.
Nice long range there by Sin to lock in another knockdown at least. Take it out Clody. Still needs another attempt to secure the liberation point, but not that easy. But nevertheless, MSI, they are a team on the outside of the circle, so Blue will be on top of them soon. Pressure is on them. Quick Esports can take advantage of this situation. All they need to do right now is to keep an eye on them, and very likely for them to be in the line of sight of Quick Esports.
Hive. It's surprising. I was expecting Hive to go really aggressive for this one, but they just got themselves a 2. Same goes for Nemesis. They've been in a lot of fights, this two team, but they only scored themselves 2 points by now. While Misfit International, we don't see them too often when it comes to those fights, but they already scored themselves in 11. That shows something that for this team, anything can happen now. And GGZ and Ovi having a go. That's going to be down to Kit, the last player. They're still proning down. TTQ tried to find every single way to get any information. But MSI, yes, they seem to be having a lot of points, but they need to get out now. Circle shrinking, but which way to go?
If you go left, it's going to be Nemesis. If you go right, it's going to be GG and Co. But GG, they seem to be pretty busy themselves as well. Checking the same area as Quick Esports, but TTQ not letting MSI go at all. My goodness. MSI, they can pop out all those smokes. But how are they going to enter the circle? It's going to be almost impossible for them. Mewtwo gets one. FB is now down on the ground and they continue to spray on the MSI, and now MSI eliminated just like that. But nevertheless, MSI, they still brought home 11 elimination points this round.
There's no way in. They've been suffocated by those bullets. 2 sides. There's no way for Misfit International to get out from where their hiding spot were. But back to the left side of circle instead. We're going towards the shrinking in less than 25 seconds, while we still have 3 teams right on top of where we're looking right now. Not so good games. Hive and Nemesis seems to be clustered together, and GG as well as Observation Esports trying to steal those shots from afar. But the next circle will force these 3 teams to move no matter what.
Oh yeah, very, very likely, right? Stage 7 circle. We get a confirmation how far will the circle be away from them, and GGZ, at least they sent a mem up north, but Bomboy found red. So that's going to stop NGGZ from moving away. Circle shifted all the way up north. GG, next team to be eliminated, and now we have Dale shooting past the smoke, gets the target. And while on that, Quick Esports 10 elimination points, and now we are in our top 5 teams, including Team Nemesis right now on the outside of the circle.
Observation Esport, last man standing still alive. Nemesis, they're the only team with a 2 score. Same goes for Hive. Nemesis now trying to take Hive down, leaving Hive with only 2 players, while Mino circling around range. In trouble, Raimon tried to shoot back. He got himself boulders, but behind us a good game. He's been clustered up to get a Hive. Unfortunately, sandwich hard. But back to it's our top 4 teams. The only team with 1 player still Ovi, standing, hiding all this while. Well, Nemesis, this is a shot for them to get that chicken dinner.
Well, Team Nemesis, they have to fight their way into the circle first. That's going to be their next mission. They'll fight across NGGZ with Red at the forefront. Not sure if they know that Red is there. They do have vehicles though. So at least that's a bit of a saving grace for them. Okay, they found Mewtwo. Got him down. 2 screens right now because right at this moment, there are potentially 2 different fights that will erupt at the same time. Also on the right side of the circle.
But the main team that's so pivotal right now, I think it's going to be not so good games. If they pick it on the left side, that's going to be Nemesis winning over. But here comes the push coming up from Nemesis as well. They got the off angle. Red is down. While TTQ taking on Kid. Nemesis fighting against not so good games. Now finally get to see it. Nemesis caught himself in the center. What not so good games in the other hand. They're quite spread out. They tried to corner them down, but the retaliation, the counter fire from Nemesis outflanked them instead, making it so difficult for not so good gamers to close things around. I guess the moment they switch over their focus from the side of GGZ, that's where the opening, they just took it in. Perfect timing for Nemesis to have that breach.
Yeah, and Hades waiting for the perfect timing to pop MM's head. Not really showing. But now Hades needs to move as well. The blue is right behind him. And the blue will continue to move even further. The fact that the circle has shrunk. Down to the top 3 teams. Team Nemesis, best chance to score the chicken dinner. Full squad against one and against another one. So they have to be able to wrap things up because right now they even have the circle for them.
Playing hide and seek right now. Unless these two cancel each other out. I think they spotted. I think Kate just spotted where Zen exactly positioned himself. He saw his head just now. And I think Kate is running pretty low in terms of his bullets. He needs to figure out whether he can steal any points or not, and hoping that Nemesis will charge because TTQ. What TTQ? What a sharp, crispy spray and tap there. God, that was so good, but that's going to be giving away his position. But hey, TTQ, they did so well this time.
Yep, and even though they didn't score the chicken dinner, they still brought in a lot of elimination points. But the one that scored the chicken dinner, Team Nemesis, brings home chicken dinner number 1 today. Very well coordinated move, and they retain all 4 of their players. A total amount of 9 elimination points, and the most elimination points is brought in by Demios, the man, the hour, yesterday. And today, at least he's starting off well with 4 elimination points by himself and the most damage output amongst all these other team members too, 543. Very likely to be the MVP, but of course we'll leave that to our officials to give us the official announcement. But still, it's a teamwork effort, and that's why all 4 of their players still alive towards the end, didn't give away any point to anyone else at all, and Team Nemesis locks in the first chicken dinner. Let's check out the highlights.
Nemesis, what a rise when it comes since yesterday after Demios pulled such a big clutch against YG. Seems like they are carrying out the momentum till today as they scored themselves top 4 teams, including TTQ. What a great run. Welcome to the grand finals. Finally, we get to see them more after the last Miramar yesterday. They scored themselves another chicken yesterday. So if they score a chicken just now, it will be a back-to-back. But still, since yesterday's Miramar until today, now TTQ maintain consistency and observation. Esport with a 7, MSI with 11. A lot of double-digit eliminations. Yeah, we're talking about. So I guess the overall rankings later on will probably have some switch between their standings.
Yeah, it's very likely, right, with these sort of numbers, especially if it's in Rondo. But another difference that we're seeing here today is that Yango Gynicals is not in the top 4. So let's see how far they are in the match rankings later on. But we have to celebrate. Of course, this is his second time getting his MVP. It's Demios from Team Nemesis. With 4 eliminations at 543 damage and a maximum survival time of 27 minutes and 56 seconds. Not only yesterday, he came out with a highlight moment that went super duper viral in all social medias. Yes, I see all of you posting clips of yesterday's clutch moment by Demios. But now he kicks off the day with an MVP. This guy is definitely the player to watch.
Yeah, that raw natural talent and instinct. All they need to do is just sharpen it over time, and it's going to be one of the star players in making, and plenty of potential for the future. But when it comes to the match ranking right now, we do have 3 teams, including KE. I'm super happy with KE's performance here, despite they did not have any placement points. They still scored themselves double-digit elimination. This is what we've been looking for. But there will be 3 teams with double-digit elimination. But when it comes to double-digit points, it's down to the 7th place from 19. Nemesis scored with the chicken dinner, TTQ 17, and the rest of them, well, 12, 11, and 10s. Well, unfortunately, the only team with the 0 is going to be SKC though.
Yeah, they went out very, very early, so it was too bad for them. Even though Rondo, you have the opportunity to bring in a lot more elimination points than what you usually can, but go out 0 in Rondo is never good. But between, like, if you want to compare like number 1 and number 2, like Yakuga Etikos at Hive, still Yakuga Etikos, they are ahead by 1 point. As compared to Hive, who scored 5 points in this round, so the gap is surely still going to be there. But will there be another team that have overtaken Hive? There's going to be another question, because the top 3 is also something we want to observe. Now let's check this one out. Oh, Team Nemesis. Oh, welcome to 2nd place.
Yep. I don't want to jinx them too much, because I have a lot of hope for this team. Just because I'm a big fan of Demios right now as well, because of how things was just a turn of table of yesterday. But they managed to bring it forward for today as well. That's what's so astonishing for me, because they managed to carry out the momentum. But I'm not surprised if TTQ keep this going. They might actually catch up to the 3rd place as well. So this is a dangerous game for them to drop their ball if Hive start to lose, because they got the most bonus point as a head start at first.
Yeah, they were above Yakuga Etikos before we started the grand finals, right? But they're, well, I wouldn't say sliding down, but inconsistency is the thing that Hive is going through right now. And it's going to be even tougher, because look at the gap between like the 2nd team and just go all the way down. Like the gap is so small that one good game could push you up significantly, just like what's happening to Team Nemesis here. And they are the first team to receive or to gain 2 chicken dinners in the grand final. So congratulations to Team Nemesis. But since we are moving on to Erangel next, the tempo is definitely going to change. No recall tower. It's going to be the OG map, and it's going to be, I wouldn't say it's the biggest map, but it's an okay sized map, very well balanced as well. So teams would surely play this very, very differently as compared to the Rondo match.
Based on yesterday's track record, I guess Nemesis do show up a lot when it comes to Rondo. They won, like you mentioned, they won themselves the 2nd chicken, because the first chicken, it was in Rondo as well yesterday. But yesterday they scored, not really. Where did they score chicken? Oh yeah, the Erangel map. So this might be it. They might score another one if they want to. But for Nemesis, in spite of that, the Rondo map yesterday scored himself 14 eliminations. But based on yesterday's performance, GG actually can score 15 eliminations in the first Erangel map as well. So I assume GG, Nemesis, but TTK is on fire as well, on the rise here. So, MSI did well as well. So I don't know, man. It feels like everybody do have a shot at this.
Yeah, and that's why like the especially the 2nd place onwards, right? The points are really tight, because it just turns around. It just switches. Like this game, like okay, this set of teams are doing well, and then another set of teams are doing well in the following game, and so on and so forth. So that's why the points are super duper tight. So I would say that tomorrow's race to top 3, the ticket to PMGO, it will go down to the last game. Well, the championship, I don't know about that. But then again, the top 3, I can foresee that it's going to be super tight, involving a lot of teams.
The slots, the 2nd and 3rd place slot, that is very shaky right now for Hive especially. Because for me, they got the first during the league stage. YG got pushed down to 2nd in the last minute as well. But when it comes to Erangels, everything can happen. So much big plays in on top of Erangels yesterday, and plus Circle. Don't forget, yesterday's Erangel, the Circle were crazy.
Oh yeah, the Erangel one, right? I remember the one at the right side bridge. Yeah, that was crazy. And it gave Yaku Galacticos like a big advantage, right? Like the circle fell on them, but their play style is not like, okay, we just stay in the circle, we wait for teams to come to us, and they just they get the chicken dinner with maybe like 1 or 2 eliminations. No, they still got a healthy amount. So it just shows the drive of like, even though if they get the comp on the circle, their play style is still not comfortable to them. They still want to go and get as much as possible out of a particular round. And even more so when the circle goes away from them, just like the Miramar matches, they move forward, they gain elimination points. They see a team in front of them, they try to take fights. So they know their objective is like, okay, we want to create that super duper cushion so that on day number 3, we can kind of chill.
Oh. Unless if they got themselves becoming a target for a team. I mean, it's possible though. It's possible that they try to stop the run for teams. Like the best example here is gonna be YG. Sorry to call you out, but YG might have themselves a bullseye behind their back right now, because the only way to stop YG from just stretching the margins, the gap between them and second and third place onwards, is just shutting down YG early. That might be the case here. The only way to counter them is doing that. But that's why I think YG is being very conservative, very cautious in the early stage of each map, because they know for a fact they might be a target for these teams if they're not being careful or a bit too reckless. But at the same time, I love how they just managed to balance being cautious but not too passive. They still managed to fork out a lot of eliminations from afar.
Oh yeah. Even though like this round is like, we can say that is the least performing round for Yangon Galacticos, but they're still able to bring in like 6 points in total. So still pretty okay. But of course, in contrast, like, okay, 6 points in Rondo is not that much because of the recall feature, but 6 points in like Erangel or Miramar, it's not bad. It's pretty nice. So they're still able to keep up to the pace. And because of that, then the gap is still wide up there. I don't know how teams are going to be able to stop them, because they themselves don't shy away from fights. You try to take a fight with them, they will take a fight with you. And for the most part, they win, or they will inflict heavy casualty on the other team and bring in points for themselves as well. So it's almost like, how do you kind of stop this guy? Like, do you need like a whole army of Demios to do that?
Oh, that's kind of true. And there are some I don't know if there's any players that intentionally try to do cheeky plays, that they purposely provoke one team from afar. But before that, we need to remind you guys, don't forget to watch out for the latest theme song by none other than our friend of PUBG Mobile, Mini and Bam Bam. So make sure you guys watch this one out, because it's time to squad up and team up for every single hashtag #1 winner chicken dinner, and more exciting events and exclusive items are coming your way. So don't you guys miss out, and stay tuned for the Carry You team song. I hope they will perform it during the PMGO SEA opening. I just really hope they do.
Oh yeah, we want to hear the carry you. Yeah, we want to hear it that way, that version, not any other version.
And with the dance, right?
With the dance, yeah. That version, the dance, the lights, the background dancers and all that. Oh man, can't wait for that. I mean, not like we know for sure that they're going to perform. We're just speculating they are. So in order for you to know, you have to stay tuned and find out.
Just to add the spice for our observers who love horses so much. What if the opening act do have some horses there? So that's why they try to tease us around with horses. Who knows?
I see where you're coming from now. I see where you're coming from. Yeah. Maybe it's going to be horse themed, right?
I know, right? I hope that's not going to be the case. Today we're going to have a fun ride watching all the fights here instead. But speaking of the fights, now do we want to make a prediction who's going to fight first for the next map? Or you just want to wait circle?
I would go with, if it's the fight first, I would still go with HKG. Somehow they always get involved with early fights. Whether they win or not is a separate story.
That's true. That's very true. I agree with you. They love those fights, but sometimes those fights are unnecessary. They they're just being a bit overwhelmed by those fight and being eliminated quite early because of that as well. But I think for me, I want to see. Do you have any versus against you for HKG though?
I'll probably go again. Okay, without seeing the flight path and the potential circle, especially, I'll probably go with HKG Misfit again.
Oh,
Because that happened, right? Like yesterday, so.
just now it happened. So.
Probability. Yeah, so it happened yesterday, it happened in Rondo. I'll go with that probability again.
Interesting choice. That's a very strong pick as well. But for me, oh man, you already picked that HKG because they are one of the teams that's really love those early fights. So I cannot blame you for picking them up. I guess I'm gonna go with Erangel. I scored one. I guess you almost scored, but you guys get the first blood, so it's cool. From my side, I'm probably gonna go with. I want to go with not so good games. I want to see them going aggressive at first. And GGZ versus. It also depends on circle, isn't it? And GGZ GG, let's go. Who cares?
Don't worry, there's no money on the line, okay, if you get it wrong. So don't worry. Okay, so NGGZ and
GG.
what was it again? GG. I actually thought of that too because of because of NGGZ and GG is like these names are like so familiar or so similar. But anyway, let's see if our predictions are correct. Do leave your comments as well. Who do you think will get the first fight in Erangel?
We're finally getting into the most important map of any day of PUBG Mobile, and during this grand finals of PMCL Spring 2026, it's back to Erangel, slightly skewed northern side flight path, Milltop power up to shooting range. I guess for OV and YG, that's gonna be slightly a long journey for them to get to SMB, but it's always about the talk of circle. The circle we had before, we didn't have SMB yet, but we have the right side bridge just around farm area circle. We had Stalber slightly north once, and what was it? One more circle. Do you remember? Was it Gatka?
Yeah, Gatka. I remember Gatka and the Gatka Mountain and that house where everybody went for a Royal Rumble. So yeah, Gatka.
SMB day today, hopefully.
Well, if it goes to military base, there's only one team there for now. That is, I don't see Observation Esports really heading there. They could still, though they're still on air, but they seem to be dropping around the area of farm. So Novo, Young Radicals have basically the entire military base. But yeah, circle. Okay, it's going to be an okay circle and good access for Young Radicals, unless a team chooses to stop them at the bridge.
Medusa intersection circle then. Be interesting to watch. But nobody's dropping themselves around Pori, Ferry Pier because circle popped up quite early now. But there's plenty of teams, like you mentioned, generous indeed. A lot of them already inside of circle, so no rush for the rotation. But they definitely want to pick up their pace for the second checkpoint here, because they do know there's a lot of people already inside of the circle, so they don't want to be too passive, especially teams at the very bottom. You know what? KE from 16th place, they managed to push themselves 2 stairs up with that performance, getting just eliminations. I mean, it's quite an interesting fact that they realized today, you know what, we don't play too safe and just go for elimination, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, they scored 10 in the Rondo match. And I guess what motivated them is because of the recall feature. But sure, right? Because the points are very close. You score like 10 elimination points in a single game, you're sure to go up at this stage. Even if I zoom in onto like, okay, let's look at the very end. What's the difference like? On fire with SKC 1 point, SKC and KE 4 points, KE with HKG 1 point. And then HKG with Osja 4 points, and then you have 2 points above Osja and above BKE is, okay, a small gap there of 11. But that basically tells us that 11 to 16 is like super duper tight. The prize pool will matter, but then again, the top three is what they really need to aim for. So if we were to look at like, okay, the real big objective of like teams like Osja or BKE to catch the top three, still enough amount of games, but they have to come up big and they have to be consistent enough because the top teams will also gain points too.
That's true. I think 9 place onwards, they cannot afford to get out too early if they want to aim for the top 3. If you are 9th place, like in the case of 214, if they got eliminated early, that's just it. They're letting the chance slip by their fingers. I'm not talking about they don't have a chance anymore, but it's just too much damage done just by slipping one game. Because of how you mentioned, the margin's too tight. There's no gap between the 3rd and 4th. Like you mentioned about the tiebreaker. It's literally down to tiebreaker if now it's already the last game of the day or somewhat like that. So in the case of top 9 teams, I think they probably will play more safer compared to all the others. But 10 plays to 16, I'm expecting them to go, all out, have nothing else to lose kind of mindset.
Yeah, that will probably happen, if any. If you ask me, like for the second half teams, like towards the end of the day. Right now, like you have like 5 games today, 6 games tomorrow, 11 games. Mathematically, it's still doable. But by the end of the day, maybe like, you have like 7 games left or 1 game today. Then you'll be like, okay, let's just go at it. But by that time, it's already like the bigger map. So then you have you have more space to play with, hence lesser opportunity to bump into another team early on. But if there's any, then I can expect like lots of big brawly fights to happen like towards the end of the day. Probably going to be similar to like how we saw the Erangel match, like that one house and you have like 5 teams going there, one after another. Yeah, I think we're going to see something like that later.
A stage 6 teams all clustered up to one side of circle, that one, yeah. But I love that kind of fight though. It's super interesting to see who actually scored a chicken because everybody were fighting to their death for it as well. We can see how desperate the teams and treating every single point is like a dime for them right now. But on the top of the teams at the bottom, we talk about SKC who got eliminated early just now in Rondo map. They cannot afford to play too safe here. If they want to have a shot into getting to PMGO SEA slot, they have to take one step further. I'm talking about bulldozing since the start for On Fire, SKC and KE, even HKG at this point.
Well, to demand them to do that, they not only need to have the confidence, they also need to have the skill to be able to do that. So that's going to be another thing. Not to say that, okay, they are not good with their skills.
Oh.
So my point here is that because you're going up against like the super duper top teams. Yeah. So skill level wise, everyone is up there. So it's a matter of who makes the mistake first. So are you able to minimize your mistakes through your skills? So that's the point I was getting to. That's going to be the question of like, okay, if you're able to do that, it has to be together with the confidence level and how desperate you are. All that chemistry, like the physics, chemistry, and I never took chemistry, so I don't know the terms. But yeah, all the physics, chemistry, and everything that you can think inside the world combined together, then you see whether they'll be able to do that or not. And if they are able to do that, are they able to win it or not? If not, it will just be like, we go out 0-0 and 0-0 again. That's probably what they're thinking.
Hence where experience actually get into play for that difference of level. But speaking of experience, JNK and KE do have more, just as much as the legacy teams like YG here as well. So when it comes to experience, they have to make it in play. And the moment we mentioned about KE, they got shot down in the process of migration by Osja Esports, and top definitely going to be happy as the first blood will be taken by him in this round. Osja Esports, good start indeed. Now, we haven't talked about a lot Osja Esports when it comes to this grand finals. We do know after the shuffle, like a couple of seasons back, their rise was when they had Red Bull, and Red Bull transferred to a different region of PMPL entirely. And the set of players that are alongside with Osja right now, do they really heavily that dependent on Red Bull, or it's just they still need fixing regarding their, chemistry and communication-wise for Austria.
I mean, it's always hard to tell for Austria, right? Because you want to see like chemistry is like you need to look at like more of them. But the fact is that do we get to even see a lot of Austria in the first place? A little bit here and there, but not that much. So it's also kind of hard to tell. Like it's easy to just say like, no chemistry, but I guess to observe from the outside, like whether a team has good chemistry or not, is to really observe like their entire step. But if every time like the camera pans over to Austria and they don't win fights, then it's also pretty difficult. So yeah, so I guess for like Austria, maybe it could be that, maybe it could be more than just chemistry. Teams at the bottom especially, but not all the teams at the bottom that we don't get to see much, right? Like okay, HKG we get to see a pretty decent, especially group stages, we get to see a lot of them. KE was quite apparent in some of the moves that they make. But yeah, I guess like Austria needs a bit more attention. Maybe if they were to bring more horses, then we get to see more of Austria.
Yeah, I think they need to break the curse just by taking some horses first. Especially those unicorns, Those unicorns might be a blessing to make them having a bit of a light of comeback in this grand finals, especially the teams at the very bottom. I think that's pretty much cracked the code here. If you want the observers to focus on you, just grab a horse and you'll be fine.
Yeah. You don't have a horse, observers are not going to show you.
Oh man.
No horses yet today though.
That's why it's a bit tough for observers like, oh man, to decide which team to watch out for. But I guess it's pretty hard for the observers here right now because of this circle too. It's either they're trying to gamble it out waiting for the Medusa intersection circle, or it might be pulling north all the way. If it's north, there's going to be plenty of teams will be choking each other out around the Medusa intersection because it's just at the edge of a circle and plenty of teams hovering around the forks there. And there are a couple of teams inside of the blue zone. That's going to be TTQ and BKE. Now for, I guess, coming up from the Cambodian region side, I think the best performing team right now seems like GG has been taking over KE, who seems to be a legacy team.
Or GG, was it?
GG is way better compared to a legacy team like KE right now.
Yeah, that's a good comparison, right? Like KE, yeah. And it's not like they have like a huge roster shift. Like some of their players are still there. I guess if that's going to be the case, right? The only thing I can think of is that, okay, maybe, number one, maybe it's the meta shift. We'll talk about that later because SKC, surprise, it took a bit of time till we see the next action. And they were waiting in this bunker for the longest time though.
Yeah, and surprisingly, how come you not even thinking there might be somebody here in the first place? What was Observation Esports? HKG players was thinking. I think it was the scout, but I don't know, security checks before, going there by himself. And Dabe is very careful, cautious about where to loot as well. They're being very safe right now because the last they know, HKG players probably already got the information for the positions here. And seems we're going to have around bunker fights. There might be the other end of the bunker. Seems to be occupied by a different team, I assume.
With this kind of circle, would it be too surprised if there are like two teams inside the bunker itself? Inside of shelter?
Maybe.
So yeah. But you know what? Since we have this kind of circle, right? Like if I have a wish list, I want to see like the circle like at the shelter area. Then you get to see like, teams inside the shelter, maybe on top of the shelter, and we might go to like stage 9, it close all the way, and then it will be like, who lasts a little bit longer to score the chicken dinner sort of scenario.
We had that scenario happen before, but also before that happened, Cloud, around the bunker's entrance, right, there'll be some elevations across around 100 to 200 meters apart. They actually do have that hillside that can actually shoot from afar. So a lot of teams always, hovering around the entrance of those bunkers. I didn't realize being shot from afar. That's how a lot of teams taken out anyways. But speaking of long shots, OV, they're taking this very spread out. OV, they're playing a very dangerous game here.
They're going to avoid the danger right now. They're going to play in the circle. Now they are the danger team against OF. OV and OF, okay? They're going to stay around this intersection. They're probably still deciding. But then again, GG decided to engage against the BKE. Long range knock. Cover support. Second attempt again. But out in the open. And baby young me got him instead. A bit of a revenge.
We have a crossfire here, and so far both our prediction of first few fights did happen. We had HKG before, and now we have GG and GGZ. But for Austin, you call out for 214. Nowhere 214 is taking an early fight so far. It's gonna be NGGZ, GG, and BKE at the triangle fight on the northern side. So I guess we all partially wins in this one for our prediction of who fight first. Cloud.
Yeah, we can throw it out the window right now because HKG lost one.
Yeah.
OF lost one. So yeah. Oh, but speaking about OF, ITX down 2. So for on fire, looks like this time their fire is kind of small. Oh, here comes Observation Esports. They know they have the man advantage. They go rushing into the garage. Be the cleanup crew right now with SLK rushing is going to be Rex. Chill guys get Spiral. One more to go around the corner. And this should be an easy win for Observation Esports.
The audacity of one OF player. I think it was Pyro just now who tried to pretend to be in that vehicle and hide himself in that. Of all the things happen, yep, because there's a horse. We're going to focus the horse. Back to the side of OV. Rex now try to circle around because JNK have been fighting and start to provoke them from afar as well. There's Hive trying to get some shots from afar. OV, this is going to be a tough entry in. They have to squeeze in very carefully between these two teams.
Clay Jr. Okay, safe for now. Oh, but JNK is there. Is Master Ichi going to pull the trigger? Yes, they will! At Clay Jr. Oh, man. This is the senior, Master Ichi. Shows him how to not rotate in that area. Point goes to JNK.
Alright, here's the junior. You get a taste of your senior. But forward side of OV, oh, this is just a tough entry. It's a grind for them to get in there, pincering about just to squeeze into safe zone. While Hive holding it in, HKG managed to slip by, but not for Xiaojia. There's going to be 1 point given to Hive from HKG side, leaving them with down to 2 players only. While Hive, they're holding this side of an entry of circle as long as they can, as they're farming those points. While JNK going in for the rush to a side of GG, head-on confrontation ongoing.
And now all they need to do is find where Nangax is at. He is in the circle and he's going to be the final player. He's going to survive for the team. The teammate's point will be given towards JNK and they will happily pick it up. 3 elimination points right now, but there's also another fight happening elsewhere. Title Quick Esports against Observation Esports, and that includes SKC as well. 3-way fight. But Nangax somehow not able to get away. Was in the line of sight of Jero. And that's going to be GG out.
Oh, 2 teams taken out quite early. The middle ones, 8 plays and 16. What are the odds? Double that down. Both are pretty much divide and substitute number. But SKC, TTQ, going another go. SKC, they cannot afford to lose this fight at all. We're talking about the teams that being eliminated quite early just now. But OV, the next one will bite the dust. Here comes a great migration at stage 4. Everybody happened to be clashing with each other. With 30 seconds on the clock, the Blue Zone stopped to burn them off alive. For Hive, they have to get into the circle now.
And Title Quick Esports, next team to be eliminated. The same goes for SKC. Alright, looks like the elimination fee is running wild right now. MSI in action as well. JNK trying to hit that target. Momboy, really low on health. He's healing up at this moment. He should be able to. As Master Ichi not able to find an angle against Momboy. But Momboy will be pressured by the blue. Sends a nade across. Tries to pressure his opponent back. No hit.
Oh, the circle just move away from where we're watching here. Hive and JNK, NGGZ. Hive trying to take down on J&K, but seems like Master Ichi do have some slight advantage in terms of firepower here. They're falling down in shambles for Hive International. Misfit International also being taken out quite early this time, but Pretzel will go for the revive. Pretzel and Range, the last two members of Hive, have to go into the circle, but Nemesis already waiting inside, and J and K keep bombarding them down. The Hive not given any room. Master Ichi, what a nade!
Ooh, and that's doing the upper teams a little bit of favor there. With Hive, only one player left. It's going to be Pretzel. He's still not in the circle yet, being pressured by JNK. JNK receiving damage from the inner side too. Time for them to get in. Pretzel. Still surrounded by JNK. They're not letting him go. They want to collect those points, but looks like JNK, they decided to okay, guys, it's time to move. Pretzel showing himself, and it's going to be none other than the Mios. Again, long range. Point goes to Team Nemesis.
Seems like Demios play a point guard for his team right now, getting all those points from afar. Whilst JNK and GGZ is still hovering around the outside of the circle here. Last time we saw Hive struggling here. This is where Hive been taken out as well. And now between these two teams, can they get in? HKG do have players guarding over the entry. That's going to be that one player. Sin spotted out. Oh, that's going to be the last play for HKG. Master Ichi coming in. Borobu taking on Master Ichi. No campus from KE stolen away.
With so many teams close by, we can expect that to happen. But JNK, can we expect them to survive this one? Smoked up vehicle. Praying hard right now, but we shift over our attention to the other side of the circle. Back onto JNK. JNK now the Lil Yatka left. Teammates all have been eliminated. And is he in the circle? Yes, he is, but he's surrounded by so many other teams, including NGGZ, who wants to come in as well.
Oh, Yatka. 8 eliminations. There's a lot of points coming out from JNK today. But for Yatka, what can he do at this point? His hoping NGGZ will not be interested in that angle anymore, and they start to rotate on the northern side. So that's a huge relief, I guess. Not so yet, as Red still lurking around. Minor might have a bit of a pause. He already prepared himself with a DBS and a hand grenade, but the toss here coming up from Minor. Oh, seems like a perfect nade as whoa! That's 40% of HP left. Oh, Yatka is hanging on there live, but lucky enough for him, and GGZ start to part ways.
Oof. So now he can breathe a sigh of relief for the moment. But stage 6, we'll find out the next phase of the circle in about 10 more seconds. And obviously he doesn't have a vehicle. His one and only trusted vehicle blown up. Now the commotion is going to happen on the other side. We have Osja here against NGGZ. As the circle shifts away from them, KE has the circle.
While the other side, outside of the circle, outside of the safe zone, is in total chaos. The ones inside of the circle is totally peaceful right now, as they got conquered around the circle by themselves. But Osja Esport, now here comes NGGZ. They shift their direction towards the northern side. And things escalated quickly here, down to 50 reserve. Minor, he doesn't have enough ammunition. They need to be sparing about their resources here for NGGZ. Most of them don't have enough bullets to sustain those long fights. But Osja Esport, they're still going to challenge this one. And GGZ will be gatekept, possibly by JNK and KE as well as Osja. So NGGZ, they don't want to pick too much enemies here.
Time for MM to move. Does have a vehicle, so he will be fine for now. But 214 charging in through, and also it's not going to make it easy for them. They're not in the circle yet. At the same time, NGGZ closing in from the northern side. The focus is to get inside the circle. It's going to be a big problem for Osja because there will be more teams in front of them. But they're busy managing the other side. NGGZ got Joseph. Romeo from Young Radicals got gunned down as well, and Young Radicals one active player left. Min going to be the final active player for 214. Heals up. He's not in the circle yet. He tries to take advantage of the situation. Locking in the point, taking out Romeo.
Oh, there's no way he can save Ryujin. He needs to save his snack first. Got pinned down by YG hard. Master Smile will definitely not let him even peek out. Min Oh, JNK, but at least they went down with plenty of eliminations there. We're down to 6 teams currently. 2 and 4 men still try to take small from afar, but the shots! Damios and Dale, what a double down! Double D it is! This combo right now seems to be burning off the best for Nemesis. We're down to 4 teams with full squad, most of them, including Ozja, and 3 for KE and GGZ.
Ooh. And right now, Team Nemesis, they're in a good spot. Not only position-wise, but they have a full team. KE, they are in the middle of the circle. They should still get the next phase. Campus long range on the U. But 50 more seconds and Team Nemesis might need to move out of this compound. We can expect more fights to happen up north. It's going to be NGGZ and Austria next to each other, the closest teams. And now they show up on the elimination field. We have Red there getting top. Here's the POV of Red. Let's spray again. Look at Tem. Probably trying to blow up the vehicle. And it's going to be MM getting Joseph instead.
Oh boy, Austria, they had a 4 and now they're the only 1 player. This is going to be Ed! Oh! When it comes to Demios, he knows exactly the perfect timing to shut down on 1 player. And down to 1 player left for Austria. The John cannot reach out to you. Red, get him locked down. And GGZ, they're looking at 3 different angles entirely, but Damios make it so difficult. Those taps with an AKM 6 times scope. Are you kidding me? The control of the barrels is just very difficult indeed, but this man do it like just nothing. It's the easiest thing you can actually do in this game. That's going to be the hardest one to control, but here comes a Nick flying over. John is in trouble.
Okay. And he went astray. John, no vehicle, but at least he's still at the circle, so he'll be fine for now. The next team that really needs to win is going to be Team Nemesis. And we can see them on their vehicles now. They have a full team, so they can spread out. Let's see what direction will they take. Will they go down south or they try to punch through? But KE, they do have a compound in the circle, so that's going to be a big fortress for them. As for Miner, he knows he needs to deal with the John behind. If not, he could be shot from the back.
Which angle to watch? But for NGGZ, good news for them. Right now, there's nobody behind their back, but Nemesis just repositioned himself from behind. They spot him out. And man, they managed to catch on 1. It's going to be Carrillo, KE taking them down. NGGZ, and man, that's going to be a crash coming in there with the DBS. And just race over. And now down to Red to 1v1. NGGZ, they hold down their ground and manage to shut down Nemesis rush to their side.
Oh man, that was a quick wipe there by NGGZ. Beautifully executed, and now Red can save his teammates. But then again, Maburubu is coming in. He's going to charge forward with the AUG. They're going to rush him from the other side as well. And NGGZ will fall to the hands of KE. It's between KE and the final player of Austria right now, the John. And looks like this could be it. We'll kill enemy.
Okay, finally get a bit of the bite of the chicken here, and they score it. Welcome back, KE. This is what we're talking about, and what a push. Today has been an absolute surprise performance by KE. Speaking of double-digit eliminations, and now even winning chicken with a total amount of 7 points of eliminations here. Huge day for KE.
I'm convinced right now that I probably cursed KE yesterday in my prediction. Now that they're not in, then they scored it. Okay, that's cool. So it's nice to see like another team on the second half of the page scoring big, because this will mean the race will be super duper tight towards the end of tomorrow. Great work. And out of all these stats, they have little damage taken because of that compound. But it's really the best moments here through the highlights.
What a day here. We're presented with so many good rounds and good games. And when it comes to good, it's definitely a lot of average 7, 6, 7, 8. And it's going to be a 6, 7 or 7, 8. This time with the eliminations between NGGZ, Nemesis, Ozja, and K. This is going to be your top 4 teams. When it comes to throwables, everybody almost pretty much do the same amount of throwables. But elimination-wise, pretty much average the same. Slightly more towards NGGZ, perhaps, in this case. But it all tells up to how much will it score and push themselves in the overall rankings. Like you mentioned, the top guns are getting big points still. So probably not much of a shuffle.
At the top, probably not much. But in the middle, will be interesting to see. We're going to get a confirmation on that. But before that, we're going to award our match MVP to Campus from Kill Enemy with 2 eliminations and a whooping 813 damage. That's a lot of damage for 2 eliminations. So it just shows that he did a lot of work for the team. But the fact that they got that compound, so naturally it's not going to be like a high fragging type of scenario that's presented to them. So with the fact that they got the chicken dinner and they still brought in a decent amount of elimination points and they were active towards the end and they took advantage of NGGZ especially, I would say the entire team did well. But of course, stats wise, we have to give it to Campus and award the MVP for this round. KE is back, people. But the bigger question will be whether they can be consistent or not.
So far, they've been showing quite a promise for Day 2 Grand Finals here. Quite consistent. Last round, he scored himself 10 eliminations points only with that placement points. This time, they show us placement point as 10 placement points with the chicken just now and maintain the consistent with those elimination with the 7. But double digit wise, when it comes to the overall points for this match, there's a lot of them. Ozja Esport at 12 and GGZ got himself 12 points. Same goes for Nemesis, a lot. Speaking of tiebreakers, these are tiebreakers as well, but plenty of zeros unfortunately. Hive, BKE, GG and On Fire.
Yeah, and if we were to zoom in on our suspects, right, like Young Radicals 8, so Team Nemesis 12. It's a bit unfortunate that Team Nemesis, even though they had a full squad, they couldn't lock in the chicken dinner, but that's okay as long as it's like a net positive against Young Radicals. That will give them a bit of hope. And because they are like above like the other top 3, top 4, top 5 teams, so they will also expand their lead above as well to be still in second place. Now as a confirmation, here it is. So Yaku Radicals, they still retain a lead, but this time their lead is 24 points against Team Nemesis. They shrink quite a bit, and Team Nemesis, they're 10 points into the 100 point mark bracket. But still, overall, the race for the top 3 is still tight in terms of points.
75 and 86. That's pretty much 11 points. I think it's slightly a bit more gap than the previous one, because the previous before we start that round, it's pretty much it was a tiebreaker at 74 points, because Hive did not score as much and didn't barely score for the past 2 maps. It's quite concerning if they already dropped the ball here. But TTQ is on the rise. Well, gap wise, it's still a healthy amount of gap for them to catch up to the 3rd place. But for 9 plays onwards, there's going to be a lot of work to do though. 9, 10, 11 plays, pretty much still a gap in between the 10 and 11, pretty much 10 points. Same goes for 12 to 13. So that's going to be first page. They definitely on their own race down to 9 plays. Probably now 10, as JNK did perform better than the previous one.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So there's improvement from not the 2 obvious teams, which is great. So it just shows that the competition can be really, really tight as we head on to tomorrow. So now we're going to wind down another round. We have 4 more games to go today. Next, we're going to come back to Erangel before our extended break later on. And it's nice to see like Team Nemesis, okay, still on it. And then you have like KE, who's a team on page number 2, on it as well. So if they can retain their level of consistency from the Rondo match at Erangel, who knows? KE could end the day by putting themselves in contention for the top 3 by then.
What a Cinderella story. If they actually make that happen. We've seen that happen before, right? That's once or twice during the grand finals that really happened. So if that's going to be the case, KE will actually change a plot twist, the biggest plot twist, of the century if they can pull that one out. And if they can pull themselves out of this second page here, because they're starting off today at 16th place with only, I think it was 19 points at first, and they got that 10 elimination points, and now they're steamrolling. I just hope we overpraising them right now. It's not gonna be them dropping their ball afterwards. But speaking of the other teams, Cloud, we're talking about the middle pack here. One of the tightest ones, I think NGGZ and even who was it, the middle pack that seems to be a bit more promising, MSI. They do have what it takes to actually push upwards, but it feels slightly, am I the only person that feels like these two teams, 214, MSI, including as well as NGGZ, these three teams, okay, they're usually super aggressive during the league stage for those elimination, but this time it feels like they tamed down, they're playing a bit too safe.
We didn't get to see too much of them, right? So perhaps that could be one factor. Another factor, of course, because it's like a domino effect, right? Because you have like 16 teams. So if like, another team starts to really perform, like, KE starts to be consistent, like Team Nemesis bringing a little bit of momentum from yesterday, then the victim has to be other teams. So in that kind of sense, then perhaps like teams like 214, they happen to be the victims of the scenario. So the only way to come out of that is for them to be able to pick themselves up and say that, hey, if they can perform well, we can as well. So they have to find a way to kind of do that. And of course, they still have like, Young Radicals, even though they are not in our top 4 list this game as well, but still they are able to bring in like 8 points. So it's still not bad, even for a team like Young Radicals. And the fact that they have like a very comfortable gap, bringing in 8 points is okay for them. They're not pressured to bring in the big numbers. So if they're not pressured to bring in the big numbers, then again, the victim of their consistency is going to be like those teams like 214 and so on.
That's kind of true. I mean, if they want to, they can actually get slightly a bit of push. But before we talk in depth regarding our next map of Erangel, don't forget, you guys, that's going to be the PUBG Mobile X Apollo Automobile collaboration that's already live right now. So make sure you guys have your hands on the Apollo Project Evo NIE that's already arrived in game since March 20th. And this is also to celebrate the PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary with the hypercar power. So make sure you guys drive the legendary Apollo Project Evo and Apollo IE, which can be called as Intensa Emozione. Unlock the exclusive Apollo team items and make sure you guys experience these exclusive items during only this time, okay? And it only will be available until 8 more days. That's gonna be 10th of May. That's gonna be the last time for you guys to have a chance to get yourself Apollo vehicles in the game, or even ever witness it in real life, because it's only 10 of them in real life. You can only see it in the game. But speaking of real life back here, the life of our players, only 3 teams can make it through the next stage, and I think it's safe to say YG is pretty locked on the top 3. It doesn't matter who's lifting the trophy. I think YG, with this amount of very healthy, comfortable gap, and it's not too detrimental if they drop the ball slightly a bit, not too much for today, but the rest of them couldn't afford to even drop one of any game here, including like Hive example. Look at how Hive been pushed down so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only like these 2 games, right? If you think about it, it's like since at least second half of yesterday, Hive has been like starting to like slowly slide down, and then you have like Team Nemesis going up. You have like, who else? NGGZ going up as well. So yeah, like a team like Hive who's like hot on the heels of Yaku Galacticos. Now their gap is like 30 plus, perhaps maybe even 40 by now. So with that kind of gap, right, they really have to boost themselves up now to give themselves a chance of beat the champion. If not, then they'll be in one of the mix of we're fighting for the 2nd or 3rd place spots. And that's like a big shift. It's considered to like when they started off this week or the grand finals, they were like, okay, we're eyeing for that championship. But if they have to fall down to like, now we have to eye for the spot to PMGO, then it's kind of a shame.
That's true. They have a better, I would say, better chance compared to all the other teams before to compete towards getting the trophy as a start of the grand finals yesterday. But unfortunately, things didn't work out. I think they got themselves some jitters, nervousness, and we do know there's a trend sometimes, Cloud, that some teams, they performing way better during just the grand finals, the sprint, but during the league stage they are a bit, down, low profile, kind of quiet, always in the middle pack. One of those teams was actually Nemesis. They're not too flashy, not too outstanding. They have been consistently getting themselves a lot of eliminations, just like 10, 11 throughout the league stage, but they weren't that outstanding, flashy, like with 21-ish sort of performance during the league stage compared to all like Hive, Misfit International. But when it comes to grand finals, they're looking sharp.
Absolutely, right? Yeah. And we like that. We like that. The fact that, it's not only like a handful of teams, like really, really in the race. Like more teams in the race to the end of tomorrow, that will be amazing. But one more race before we have an extended break. Let's jump into the OG map of Erangel.
Back into Erangel before we're heading into the slightly extended break afterwards, so the players can refresh and just unwind about whatever happened in the first half of the day. But speaking of the half of the day, we got almost half of the map as MB flying towards Stalber. That's gonna be down south up to all the way north. We had this sort of like path before. No, we did have Stalber Circle, but not SMB before. This might be it. I'm waiting for that to happen.
We still haven't get a SMB Circle in the finals yet, so we're kind of nice. But this time, if we get a SMB Circle, it's not only Young Radicals, even Observation Esports is there, so two teams, based on the platform, of course. Early fight potential, I'm looking at HKG again. They seem to be the key suspects for the most part. And they are overlapping with another team. It's a teal and white text. It's so hard to see. I think that's TTQ?
TTQ, yeah. Let me check.
Right?
Yeah, it's TTQ.
TTQ. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
TTQ.
But they kind of split out, so they'll be fine.
Yeah, because there's two names that's pretty hard to read. There's either TTQ or GG. These are the only two teams that's pretty hard to spot. But it's gonna be Jogo. Hello, Zaki. We do know you're never gonna be there, but Jogopool Circle. We had North Jogopool before.
So north or south? This is the big question, right? With this kind of split, it's like really 50-50. But of course, if you ask me that, going north is easier because you have a lot more land mass. And then if the circle shifts down south, Jogopool, it's easier to access that rather than from South Jogopool to have to go up all the way because of all the choke points and so on and so forth. So I guess if I were one of the teams, I'll focus on the north. But knowing these teams, they know how to kind of predict that. And we should still see a decent spread between the north and the south of the amount of teams until maybe like if we go to stage 2 or 3, then the circle, we kind of have a better idea of where it is, then we start to see a big shift. But if not, if this circle continues on, then probably it's going to be a 50-50 spread across the lobby.
Imagine if the circle ended up on top of the Jogopool bridge. There's gonna be one tricky, but we had that North Jogopool before as the last few circle, and then it was a difficult one for them to decide though for the teams. We're gonna wait and see. I think a lot of teams try to loot up as fast as they can, as the usual. PUBG Mobile is all about survival here. First, you get into the aircraft, drop down, and just looting phase as fast as you can. Stage 1, and hoping that nobody else is actually sharing a compound. Seems to be very peaceful for now. But when it comes to teams like YG, the one at the very south, YG and OV, to go up north, it's a long journey. So I think they might rotate very late. Probably only stage 3 they might get into the safe zone because it's not worth it. They already know they're in the very south of the map, and the circle is so up north. Might as well take their own sweet time.
Yeah, they can. And if they take their time, that means like teams will go first. So they'll be like, okay, nobody's gonna stop us from rotating. We can go all the way up north, passing Severny and come in, passing shooting range even. I think it should be okay for them. I think that's normally what the teams that drop very, very far, like Yangon Radicals and even Observation Esports would do. So we can expect these two teams to pretty much do the same. But Observation Esports, because they are on the military base itself, they might take the left side bridge and take South Jogopol. And I would expect Yangon Radicals to take the north in and take North Jogopol side. So at least they'll split up from there instead of like, okay, you drive the same direction, you meet up. That's not fun for anyone. And pretty sure Yangon Radicals don't want that.
Gotta wait and see then when will they start to rotate in. Either is they're gonna go quite early or very late, that's all. Timing's gonna be crucial for them. But JNK, oh, they used to be my favorite team. Still one of my favorite teams, but it's just very sad to see how the mighty has fallen. Slowly dwindling down from their prime days back seasons ago. But for this season, I love the fact that it definitely have different kind of aggressiveness to it. But on fire, here comes versus BKE. The bottom teams that needs the point, they are going aggressive. Special action on knock. BKE, they are trading players here.
Ooh, and Spyro is heading towards this building. Oh, he passed Spy 1. Is he gonna stop? No, he's just gonna scout. Not sure if he knows. Okay, they're gonna just rush in all together. Kane is there all alone. UMP against a DBS, against a Bison. Not sure of his chances though. Just waiting for the moment till they check the second floor and they're going up. Door's gonna open. Bam, bam, boom. Able to get one at least. Oh no.
I know, he whiffed it just now. Because of jumping by IT Special Acts make an entry frag just now. Jumping in, he was super smart knowing that there's a chance somebody on the rooftop. Possibly because of the buggy been parking lying around. They know somebody will be on the rooftop. So, yeah, that was quite an entry in coming up from the side of On Fire. While Frenzy and Youngmi, the only remaining members of Black Eagle Esports. Oh, how did they know exactly where to look? Oh, Frenzy coming in! Oh, they got back a couple of points here as well.
Okay, and the fight's not over yet though. We have Frenzy here. Oh, both the cooking nades. Left side nade. No damage at all, but he's going to rush it with the DBS. Very clutchable weapon. Can he actually do it? But he's low on health as well. Simple spray with the Bison by Iter X and he will fall down. But the fight's not over yet though. Another one. It's coming through the door. Okay, Spyro. Shot toss nade. Oh! He held it too long! Oh no, Spyro! Oh no! And he's gonna pay the price for it! That baby young me! Oh! That is a disaster! Oh no, Spyro! Why like this?
Some celebration by Baby Young Me. What a blunder on the side of On Fire. I mean, BKE. Yep. They managed to win it over. That's a satisfying moment for him. The celebration is still going on. We have a couple of fights from afar. That's going to be HKG switching to SKC right now. Zuyin. Rofi. Sorry. Rofi from afar. Nice. Xiaojia down on the ground. Things not doing great. The ones losing the fight right now is going to be HKG. As SKC is surrounded by far. HKG down to one player. SKC going to go and finish off the job. There's not going to be a breaking a sweat at all as AKG player, two of them, and that's going to be 2 points given to SKC. But there are some long shots coming in. J and K from afar.
Oh man. Still not over the sad moment by Spyro. Pretty sure that's going to go in the highlights. Oh well, life has to go on, they say. Same goes for HKG, Mankey. Life has to go on for him. Especially without his other teammates that have been eliminated. And Hive was on the other side of the hill. Surely Mankey will stay as quiet as possible now. Like, try not to make his presence be known. If Hive chooses to rush in, then, well, Mankey might be in big trouble. But he's on his vehicle as well, so it looks like he might want to leave this area. No, not yet. Looks like he's going to stay chill. Anyway, Circle is here, so that's fine.
And speaking of a circle, it's going to be less than 25 seconds to hit into stage 3 now. But 214 start to move as well, alongside with not so good games. A lot of them, like you mentioned before, Cloud, a lot of them are favouring the North Jogopol instead. But some of them are hovering around ruins to go towards the South Jogopol. Stage 3 will determine whether it's going to be south or north. On the other hand, Gak Commanders do have a couple of visitors as well. I've taken those long range on those high grounds, but OV might want to challenge them from the back.
And with this circle, we will expect more teams to rotate down south. Hive International, the only team on the Gak Mountain at this moment. Clay Jr. is there though. Not an easy angle for Monboy. But no other team is willing to challenge Hive for now yet. But I'll foresee that more teams will come to try to challenge for the high ground. Plus, the other side is unoccupied. They can still house another team. For Baby Young Me. Man, that's so lucky earlier on. Oh, range is here. Switch vehicles, that's about it. Oh, 7 support. Oh, okay. Nade by Unknown.
Ooh.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Perfect nade at that. And Baby Yummy! One more in the back! This guy knows exactly what he's doing! No celebration dance, I guess, for this time. He's been careful, because that was one person visitor. I guess that's, I mean, why not take the point? He doesn't know. Hive. There's going to be one player down, while JNK couldn't find support. No. He's trying to find support the longest time. There you go. Congratulations.
But it took a while, but it's okay. He's gonna claim his prize, the loot box. The rest of JNK is here, but okay, Ozja behind, okay. They must be thinking of like, okay, a few steps ahead, like, okay, if the circle goes down, then how are we gonna go there? We'll get a confirmation right now. Oh, I wish the map is open. Okay. Oh! Jumps back up. Interesting. Okay, we have a lot of teams on the south side.
A lot of choke points. So many choke points. Oh, there's gonna be major thinning of crowd for those who coming from the south. There's gonna be majority of them will pin down just by those choke points around those bridges on the outskirts of ruins. Whoever's coming from shooting range has slightly safer entry in. But speaking of the choke points, here comes the fight around the bridge. Hive just passing through and GGZ already spotted him out. But if they open fire too much, we saw how many teams just now migrating. If they open fire prematurely, all this team migrating will focus on them instead.
Oh yeah, you have to be careful of when to pull the trigger now. Rhymo might pull the trigger soon against Unknown if only he can get an angle. The rest of Hive coming in. Oh, Team Nemesis in the fight as well against NGGZ. That's a long range one. With these few knocks, they might consider to rush in. Then again, they have to call for the circle as well, so they are really calculating the chances. Anyway, still long range pressure by Red and the rest of NGGZ onto Team Nemesis. To put it into perspective, Dale is the only one that they need to save for now. It shouldn't be too difficult as long as he can get into the lighthouse.
It seems like a bit too stuffy here. Too many teams. They have to be extra careful even to pick out of the window from the tower. But for Hive, they got those side of the hill. Just playing around the sides there. Same goes for JNK around the bridge area. But if they're not being careful, there might be some teams, shooting from behind. And speaking of the northern side shooting range, a bit more clearer than the south, of course. But there's still a couple of teams not inside. TTQ and OV taking their own sweet time to get into the compound, and they got themselves secured the compound so far. But for OV, they down to only 2 players. So if TTQ want to take the fight and only spot 2 players here, this might be their demise for OV.
Ooh. But KE now has to fight against Time to Quick Esports to come in. And OV is just observing from the other side. But KE, they're going to push. Okay, we're starting to see fights here. Mewtwo gets Master D2K. Campus comes in to trade it back off. They are spending time in the blue at this moment. Campus, he needs to find or gather information. But before that, lock in the elimination point and he needs to heal up next. Will he have time to save his teammate? Not too sure. Doesn't seem to be the case. He's going to try to get into the circle first. Mewtwo. Oh, he's stolen away by 2-1 for Min.
Those long shots doing their work. I mean, 2 and 4 don't have to put so much work compared to these 2 guys. But for KE, they're trying to go for the revival, but we're talking about stage 4, gonna be super painful. But Carrillo, Devon have to think twice to separate or to save. To save means to sacrifice himself in the process. 2-1-4 got that locked in. And that's going to be Devon, aka Carrillo, in an open space, a clear shot, and it's a no-no. Mix going to get the point away, and that secures another one in the back. Mix and Min, this double M's. The M&M of 2-1-4 seems to be working quite well for them.
Oh, and look at the circle. It's fully on the northern side now. And we still have a handful of teams on the south. Young Gugaticos made a long rotation and looks like they're on their way. At the cost of Osja the John on his knees. Young Gugaticos should be able to secure that elimination point, and we have the hovercraft used by Osja. Used by Young Gugaticos, that is. To be their shield to try to scout the spot to get in. Smile. Don't think he'll go in for the chase. At most, he'll be like, okay, scout where they are and kind of decide later on whether they want to try to take the position. But it's very unlikely at this point.
Oh, John, this is very daring to do. How could you dare yourself to just cross the battlefield in the middle where everybody's watching? Oh, that's a bold move by Osja. And eyes lock on them. Look at how many teams they attracted those unwanted attention. Osja Joseph is down on the ground. They're digging their own grave by pulling that stun just now. Let the world know exactly where they are going. And now they're stuck in the middle of the crossfire. BKE spot them out in this very small shack. There's also Hive trying to take them down. There's also HKG on the other end. GG on the other side, which is not going to involve at all. But there's plenty, including Nemesis. SKC just arrived. And looking at the mini-map, we are looking at a cluster, a color of teams on the very south of Circle right now. The choke point, the double bridge here, will be crucial for these teams right now.
Yeah, I want to see that one. Instead of baby Youngmi who is just chilling inside of the shack. Can we go there? Okay. Yeah. Now we have a good overview here. Thank you so much to all observers. Hive International, one of the teams here. Playing without their captain range. And SKC is in big trouble. I mean, left, right. Teams are just everywhere. There's no way for them to dock. So they have to pray that they still get the next circle.
Where to dock at this point? It's a slippery slope as well. And one nade can just practically finish them off by these guys around that corner of the bridge if they just know exactly the angle to toss them out. But for Hive, they're picking a lot of fights there for Hive. Nitpicking every single teams around and everything that moves, they start to shoot. But GG taking on SKC, but they couldn't finish him off. Still knocked down. They couldn't revive either because they have eyes locked onto that. And it's going to be the right side of the bridge, heavily guarded by Hive. SKC is there. J&K has been there the longest time. And they can farm as much elimination whoever tried to cross the other side. And this is a heavy toll for them to pay just to cross towards where J&K is at for the other teams.
I'm interested to see what will happen to NGGZ2. They had to come out of their compound, but now they have to come out. So they also have to decide on like, okay, how are we going to get up there? Team Nemesis, also one of those teams that needs to figure this one out. But look at the amount of teams here. It's so hard to move. This is basically a gridlock on the right side bridge.
Oh, both sides of the bridge right now. Which way to go in, Cloud? I mean, you're taking a dip in the river. Pretty much you are on a suicide mission there. So I have to figure out. And I think they are stuck to the point they can't even move for the teams on the south side. Feels like a deja vu where a lot of teams taking their own sweet time, but this is JNK making a move at NGGZ as well. And GGZ, they're passing over. JNK taking out MSI. They got to squeeze in. And with time smoke on Nozja, they might have a glimpse on it.
Oh, well, that's going to be another team eliminated. But now Nate's raining in onto Osja. Campus got one for himself elsewhere. Beautiful nade by Miner on the top. Osja, big trouble right now. Sandwich between a couple of teams. And GGZ now making their move. They managed to punch their way into the northern side of the circle. But then again, now they had to face the wrath of the other teams coming in. Miner will lock in the elimination points, splatting top and Joseph to the ground. And Osja is out without any points this time.
Questions the moment the timing of their popping the smoke just now for Osja Esport was a bit premature. Not they have had better positioning in that case, but it's not done and dusted yet for NGGZ. They reposition him back to where they original position before, set to default. Capo spotted out baby Young Mi, but he got himself a small shack. HKG Mankey is behind Young Mi as well, so there's gonna be a lot of solo plays behind there somewhere. The bottom teams, BKA, SKC and HKG only have 1 or 2 players. Here comes a Nate flying over to Young Mi and GGZ trying to force the fight out. And they managed to secure against BKE last player just now. We're down to 11 teams.
Oh, more teams right now falling out like flies. In 2-1-4 without Min. Mix is in trouble as well. Ryujin still with the high ground, but he's not in the circle. Team's still in front of him. And GGZ, especially Nate sent across, but long range of the Ryujin, leaving Mix now the final active player, and he's inside the circle. He will be holding on for placement points. Ray, he doesn't go out before at least top 8.
Mix holding on his dear life. HKG, unfortunately, have to bow out early again. 8th place. 8 more teams to go. MSI also the one that will go for back-to-back teams taken out here at the choke hold. At the choke hole of the bridge. Just going to northern Mex side. It's going to be coming up from the flank side. 2-1-4 also get eliminated here. And for TTQ, all they need to focus on only one team and right across them. But the bridge is still on stalemate here, Cloud. The bridge is basically not moving.
I know, right? Teams are still stuck there. That's insane. I wonder how stage 7 will be. Okay, we'll check back on that later. That's why it's like our observers are like looking on the left side of the circle because the right side bridge is now pretty stuck. Okay, but they have to move anyway. Team Nemesis especially. They're not across yet. And they choose to swim, then they have to consider like, oh, okay, there'll be Pretzels there. JNK is there as well. Like, which route are they going to take?
I mean, the one that can exit out is going to be JNK. They got plenty of space if they move up north. And they got plenty of eliminations as well. 7 across the board. GG is the ones that are not getting anything yet. But just placement points. But there are a couple of kill feed going on. But we're looking at people that's tossing and swimming here. And Nemesis Demios try to challenge JNK. A bit awkward angle inside of Demios. We've seen him toss those nades before.
Nate?
Can he do it again? And Demios on the ground. Master Ichi takes him down. And they're going to go in for the rush spot to outdeal that. The double D will be taken down. Nemesis double D duo is down. And now we're down to 5 teams within seconds. But JNK is on fire.
Ooh, 10 eliminations already and looking for more right now. And Mernat eliminated, but not by JNK though, it's by TTQ. TTQ is also on fire as well. They're currently at 8 elimination points. Southern side, so far mostly secured by JNK, but Miner is there though. Unknown probably knows that Miner is there. He's heading towards him. Wants to lock in his 11th elimination point. Miner, okay, short range. Toss!
Ooh!
Miner! Surprise!
Oh man, that was some good baiting out just now. Jump one, you're gonna eat another hand grenade. Yakka tried to go and save for unknown. While Miner keep tossing those nades. It seems like close enough. Oh, just slightly more. Here comes the nade flying over in 1 second to go, and he might drop unknown back on his knees. What a toss and what a timing. Miner is trying to force it out, but Miner buys it. No way! He still did some damage on that. Lucky Masaichi was there.
Oh man, that was explosive. Literally. That was crazy there by Miner. Oh. He did what he could and he surprised JNK and he almost broke JNK's hearts and hopes of scoring this chicken dinner. But now, with the reset, JNK has a good chance. 11 elimination points now for JNK and they're on the south side of the circle. Stage 7. Let's see, will they still be favored by the circle or will they be forced to expose themselves in an open area in front of them?
Patience is a virtue and patience is the key to winning this one, but not so much when it comes to the blue zone. TTQ, they got some elevations, but unfortunately the circle will be quite far from them from this standpoint. They have to go for the push slightly towards forward, down south. But GG is going to be their tightest competitor next to them. YG surprisingly have been very quiet. They haven't made so much noise by far.
Yeah, they focused on the rotation because it was a tough circle for them, I guess. And now they managed to survive to a top 4 and, well, since they only have one player, that's going to be Smile. He's going to avoid any attention at all. As long as he can get into this circle, it will be good enough for him.
TTQ. YG. Oh, you can't even overpick for TTQ. Now, TTQ, they have been very consistent here today. They scored 1 chicken yesterday. For YG, this is going to be the former world champions, as well as one of the strongest team taking a #1 spot right now. JNK still have the full squad. They have the upper hand, more firepower. The only team with a full squad right now, JNK. But can they make use of the advantage? Because right now, the 3 teams are fighting each other. JNK is not part of this at all. I don't think any of them give too much attention on JNK except for YG.
Yeah, they can still hold this position with the current circle. But JNK, they're making their presence known towards Time to Quit Esports. Lots of smokes on the left side. Time to Quit Esports, they seem to be putting attention on the GG. And JNK is trying to find any opportunity they can get, and there you go. GG, 2 players down thanks to Time to Quit Esports and JNK. Just by the side, they're just like poking Time to Quit Esports, and Time to Quit Esports not putting any attention at all to JNK.
Oh, they have to now. Zin got locked at the back. That's going to be off angle. Unknown and Masaichi taking the cover fire of TTQ down. Zin down to 10% of HP and still managed to take down on GG. Because Zen right now is focusing on GG. They just hyper-focus on that. They need to deal with that first. They are too close. JNK is a bit far, but JNK do have the crossfire straight towards where their position is right now. Next is going to be JNK versus TTQ. But YG is out as well. JNK, this is their first chicken. And the side of Yakka, I think this is definitely doable. I hope there's no blunder. They need this, but for TTQ, they've got plenty of eliminations now.
Yeah, we're talking about a 4v2, so that's 1. But Time to Quit Esports, they have a little bit of elevation here, but they don't really have the circle. Like, Lucky, he has to move forward, and they know that he's behind this particular 3. So the moment he steps out, like, he will be drawing attention. Minus is the only one that can give him cover fire, but 1 against 4 others to give cover fire, it's tough. It's tough. I don't see JNK dropping this.
Unless if the Blue Zone will force them out first. There's quite a flat plane in front of them. If they have to march forward, it's not going to be an easy task. Look at how Yakka just almost immediately got pinned down by TTQ. Despite they have the numbers, but spot-wise, slightly more towards TTQ there.
Oh. Okay, that's going to be 1. Minus last man standing. How much can he get out of this situation? Not much, it seems. They know exactly where he is. They found an angle, and that's going to be JNK coming back with a chicken dinner. And not only that, a good amount of eliminations to come together with it.
That's gonna be them smelling the chicken dinner, biting the chicken, and can they carry it forward? That's a bigger question. But when it comes to the points, 2 teams scoring a double digit, including J and K. A total of 13 eliminations in one single round. Where will they stand after this? Because right now, damage-wise, if you compare it with eliminations and knockouts, seems like they are a couple of points. They've been stealing it from afar. Less than 1,000 damage for Yaka, Unknown 498, damage on Master Ichi 658, while damage taken by Godspeed, with a speed, that kind of speed, his name is Godspeed, 0 damage taken. I mean, what kind of ninja play he actually did, we wish we can rewatch the highlight to see how he does it. Let's watch JNK Chicken Dinner.
Well, you ask for JNK to perform, and they do it for Choo Choo, especially for Choo Choo, just before the break. 13 eliminations for JNK, and we have Title Quick Esports with 12, and welcome back Young Galacticos to the top 4 teams with, well, despite 3 eliminations, but still they held on to a top 4, so that's still pretty nice. And we have 2-1-4 as well with 7 eliminations. So it's nice to see JNK, another team that has been struggling. It's currently in the middle pack of our overall chart. To be able to perform like this, giving them hope to access the top 3.
There's gonna be Yaka. It's been a while. We're looking at this, guys, to be our MVP across the screen. I'm missing this so much. But welcome back, Yaka, as our match MVP with Jinokusu International. Giving so much trouble for the other teams with that kind of a performance. Of course, with 13 eliminations, out of the 13, 6 by Yaka alone. That's going to be half of it, almost half of it, just by this player from JNK called Yatka. 949 damage, 3 knockout, 28 minutes and 29 seconds for his survival time. But when it comes to those points, a couple of teams down 0, but there's only 2 teams this time to score himself the double digit, and we had a Miramar finale mostly just now.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, JNK, GTQ, and Young Galacticos towards the end. And also to point out that Hype, again, another slide down for them with only 2 points this round. Man, it's so tough to see Hive. At some point, they were like title contenders, but now they're all the way, somewhere in the middle. Not all the way down there, but somewhere in the middle. For Nemesis, 5 points. But with the fact that Young Galacticos scored 8, and they scored more points than Nemesis, not the gap will continue on. Title Quick Esports, JNK, they're not strong title contenders yet. Last we checked, how many things will change? Let's see. Still no team more than 100 points except Young Galacticos.
Now it's 30 points almost, to be exact. It's less than that, around 27, 28 points, but it's still around 30 point-ish gap between Nemesis and YG, the ones that have been quite far behind for the teams at the second page. Of course, if you compare it, look at the 9th place and the 1st place, because they are on the same eye level there. You can see 60 points of a difference between the 1st and 9th place. But when it comes to the gap of the top 3, that's where all eyes lock here. TTQ is very close. JNK now pushing up to 5th place, but still almost 20 points gap for JNK towards TTQ. But none of these guys starting from 4th to 8th place can afford to drop any ball anymore.
Yeah, I know, right? Like games are just running by. Now we only have like 3 more games today, and then you add on to like tomorrow's games, it's 9 games, less than 10 games now. Things are really starting to shape up, but there's a lot of shape in the middle pack. That's the thing. The slot to PMGO, like there are even more teams now that can access to the top 3 spots, so it's going to be super tight for that. For that number 1 spot, well, somebody has to stop Yaku Galacticos. If not, they would just run away with it.
And this is what we talked about just now, right? The only way to stop YG is just stopping them that early, making sure that they've been barricaded since the early, catching them as a start the moment you land, or basically dash crash drop on them as if anybody daring enough to do so, especially the teams on the second page. They got nothing else to lose. Why not?
Yeah, maybe try to give it a go, because there's only a handful of games left. And second half, things might change, because that's where like teams will start to get desperate for like, okay, if we don't somehow do something, add more points to us, even the top 3 is not reachable. So yeah, I think this is where we start to see a little bit more action. But you know what? Teams will need to discuss that, and we'll give them that time by giving them this extended break. So we'll be going for a longer break this time, and we'll see you guys after this.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New
New gameplay.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics. New airdrop vehicle.
New weapon.
New themed area.
New interface. New UI.
New AI Ray.
New system. New system. New system. New system. New system. New system.
New system. New system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and more to come in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Spring 2026 Southeast Asia. And you guys, don't forget about this graphic because it will be one of the biggest theme song that we're waiting for the start of 2026 in PUBG Mobile right now with Mini and Bam Bam, your friend of PUBG Mobile. So don't forget to team up and also squad up for every chicken dinner, and more exciting events and exclusive items are coming your way, and don't miss out and stay tuned for the Carry You theme song, like how Cloud sings it every single time.
Carry you.
Woo!
Oh, I thought you will introduce us as hey, I'm Mini and he's a Bam Bam, since that was the first graphic.
Oh, you know, yeah. But,
Yeah.
but I think
Yeah, because normally, like, after the break, it's like, oh, back to Caster first. But this time it's like, oh, straight to Bam Bam. So it's like, you can be Mini.
we should do the. Am I supposed to be sounded like Minnie Mouse Mini? It's time to squad up and team up. No, I'm not gonna continue. Stop baiting me into it. I know your game. I know enough by now.
Okay, I'll take that.
Oh God! But
Maybe
today,
this is how Bam Bam sounds like.
oh, wow.
Okay,
So
I
deep.
can only do that once. before our producer says, no, you're not Bam Bam, okay? You got hair.
We don't want to get cancelled too. But today, just now, the recap of the chicken dinner, we have every single region's chicken for the first half of second day grand finals. We couldn't ask for better start for day number 2 here.
Oh yeah. If you want to include more different regions, then well, HKG looking at you. Okay, to add on to the list. There's 3 more games to go. Who knows? Well, you scored 1 with Team Nemesis, but you know what? Young Galactico still have not scored their chicken dinner yet.
Do they even
So
need
that's-
one?
Yeah, do they even need one, right? But okay, the next thing that I want to observe is what, when is the next team going to hit 100 points?
Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, we do have a very close one when it comes to the overall rankings. Before, I'm just gonna review it again. They 3 teams in the 90s: Nemesis and GGZ and TTQ. So they're pretty close themselves there.
Because now we're starting to see like the rise of teams from the middle pack and also some of the bottom pack teams, right? So I don't know if that will stop them. The only way to find out is to watch. Final Erangel map for today. Without further ado, let's go.
The last Erangel of the day, we have a very skewed flight path here. I wish this gonna be SMB circle. We haven't got any SMB in our grand finals here, but the flight path already down south, so I don't know about this. Usually it's gonna be the contradiction of flight path, but it'd be great if the game just give us an to our end of the run for Erangel here if they give us the SMB circle.
Well, yeah. SMB circle, it is the last Erangel today, so why not? This is the best time for it to show up. If not, then all the way up, Starboard Mountain would be kind of nice. We almost got that yesterday, but it went down. So if it's like top of Starboard Mountain or a change, that will be okay.
But if it's happened to be in Starboard, then a lot of teams will be taken out early. One of the choke points will be around Rozhok, maybe on the way towards Starboard. There will be crossing around shooting range area, including there, even school. But we're gonna wait and see. There's plenty more visitors this time coming up from SMB, not the usual only YGOV, as KC is joining in as well. I assume MSI might be favoring towards farm area because that's where they're hovering to. But this is unusual, but we do have a bit, just a tiny bit of that SMB down there.
Yeah, I believe in scammy circles. So I'm putting a bit of hope. Even though there's that little tiny bit of it to the base, I will take it. It will go down there. And then it will benefit Observation Esports, SKC, and well, Young Galacticos. Since we have 3 teams down there, it would be nice to shift the circle down to the base. And you know what? With this kind of circle, like teams won't think of lead to the base. They'll just play the usual Gaka area and all that. But if it goes down there, like stage 6, oh, that'll be the best.
Yeah, but it would be pretty hard to have. We had that sort of very small portion of SMB, and then it lasted like 4th to 5th stage. But this is slightly lesser than yesterday, and it's quite rare for us to have left side of the bridge to be the ending rather than the right one, if comparison statistically wise. Well, you mentioned about 214 early on. You talked about how you expect them to be aggressive as well. Some of our viewers, I think, was it Austin just now early on mentioned about 214 might be his prediction of teams that might be aggressively trying to find those points. But surprisingly, 214, they are a bit slowed down today. And Hive, we can see how the drop just... It's painful to watch Hive dropping the grand finals when things really matter now as well. So I guess it's a battle of tenacity and stamina at this point. It's all about that mental game now.
Yeah, because it's a sprint, right? In the finals, like you only have 3 days, and that's about it. Like if it's like league stage, like oh, you have technically 4 days because you rotate the group. So you have 4 days. Even if you don't do well, it's like okay, you have week number 2 to try to make up for it. But finals is all about 3 days, 18 games, and that's about it. But we're gonna see Nemesis here trying to pick KE's nose.
KE is on fire today, same goes for Nemesis. This might be an interesting matchup as a first skirmish of our last Erangel map here. These two teams pretty much having the momentum. Oh, boo boo boo! He's getting it better when he comes to the corner plays, and in CQC, first blood given to KE. Damios playing it outside with an AUG switching over to S12K. Campus having their eyes locked towards Damios. There's going to be the star player for Nemesis. Trying to find way in, but Campus slow him down. And that's going to be the demise of Nemesis, perhaps, by the hands of KE.
Very early fights. And it's definitely not going to continue with the fact that Nemesis, they were the ones to lose that fight. So the Starman, the Minos out together with Soam. So it's down to only Hades and Dale. Oh man. First team to lose 2 players, that means that they have to switch their strategy entirely to play it passively now. And the fact that Nemesis is the closest to Younger Galacticos, trying to challenge them for the top, this kind of start is not helping them. And this is what we talk about, like, teams like second place onwards, they're just cancelling out each other. And Younger Galacticos is just like, cool.
I think it's sort of a second place curse right now. Whoever's at the number 2 spot can shrink down the gap. They will try to shrink it down 1 map, and then afterwards they will just drop the ball. That was happening to Hive before. Oh, yes, of course, the usual. And whoever's in the second place always get eliminated when they already close enough to shrink that gap. I don't know why. Every single time they are closing the gap, they manage to slip down afterwards. Feels like YG got this divine defensive protection that whoever's trying to reach out to them will get slipped down entirely.
Yeah, just enjoy the sound. Okay, yeah. That's the divine protection from our observers who like horses for sure.
Like is an understatement by now.
Love. What's a bigger word than love?
Obsessed.
Oh yeah, obsessed. Obsessed of horses, yes. What color of a horse
Passionate.
do you like?
I don't know if you watch or read. For me, I like to read the book Black Beauty before.
Oh, that's a classic.
Yeah, and it's
Just show your
very
age.
beautiful. Yeah, hey,
Okay,
it's a book.
yeah.
The book can be passed down generations to generations, isn't it?
Okay, alright. And I'm sure the horse is white color, right?
Is it?
I don't know. You read the book.
No, it's actually black. Of course, it's called Black Beauty. What do you mean? I thought you know about it, no?
Oh, okay. Just I was just
It's the
trying
same.
there.
It's the same one, but it got a diamond shape on its forehead. that horse. It's really a beautiful horse. But have you seen the northern? We talk about horse now. Okay, fine, might as well. Have you seen northern horses? They have very fluffy fur.
How north is north?
I think Nordic ones around the you know, the northern side of, how do I say, around Kazakhstan, the area.
Okay.
That's quite cold, right? So the animals there naturally just have, more furs than the others.
Like
Very
Earth North, not Southeast Asia North.
No. South Asia as a whole, I think, is just a very tropical climate, and it's just difficult for animals to have very thick fur.
I've not seen those super thick fur horses before, I think.
Usually ponies have it though.
Ponies.
Yeah.
Oh, ponies are small, right?
Slightly, but they do look slightly bigger than baby horse, but they slightly bigger than donkey, but their height is pretty much the same as donkey.
Oh.
But their build is slightly buffier. Yeah.
Yeah, Pretzel wish he was the bigger donkey here.
Yeah.
But,
bigger horse, I wish.
fortunately. Oh, bigger horse, yeah, bigger horse. Or he has a big horse that he can ride.
Ooh!
Oh!
No way!
Ooh, okay. We're talking here?
Cloud, that's 70% water, 30% of land, 30 to 40% of land, divided into 3 parts, and on fire. He's already on fire against KE, who happen to be very aggressive today. All those crazy high volume elimination teams taking each other out quite early and being taken out by bottom teams on fire. This is a great start, more aggressive. I'm loving this.
Oh yeah, it will force teams to take more fights now. This kind of circle, oh man. What are the odds? And we're getting it now. I wonder if KE is going to fight with 214. They're just next to each other. Okay, taking the high ground. Come in, Capo's below. Who's in front of the van? Yeah, they're going to stop. They're going to stop. Okay, here we go. Oh, Capo's around that ball. Trying to run over him. And Maburubu, our favorite IGN. Got it.
Capo tried, but he whiffed it in the last minute just now. Couldn't swing big enough. Migs spotted out. Devon, but he's not give it away easy. What a sharp taps coming up from Migs. TTQ getting on Carrillo. KE in trouble. They thought they're winning, but they're losing. Next, we do have the rush coming out from BKE against Hive Compound. And seems like Hive is holding their fortress. Nicely well done.
And they're playing without Pretzel though. And more teams coming in. Look at the minimap. We only stage 2. But this part of the map, we have like at least 4 or 5 teams here. This is crazy. Anyway, BKE is not letting go of Hive International. They're not breaching through yet. Maburubu gets mixed instead. The final player for KE is still alive. Holding on hopes and dreams for his team to make a big bounce back there. Kaka gets in elsewhere too. Man, it's time to be a big mess here across the map.
Too messy. Too saturated on top of Ferripier right now. Frenzy holding his ground, playing the corner game again with the DBS, finding range. Range is down to Suicide Frenzy. A bit of trade of bodies between BKE and Hive. Hive winning and BKE wiped out, but it's not done and dusted yet. Hive need to reset right now. The recuperation is not that much an option. They have only 5 seconds around there because the rest of the teams coming in. And even on the left side of Ferripier, we have a couple of teams sharing compound as well.
Oh yeah, OF here, they have to turn on their fire. At least they managed to save Kaka. But the final player, Mr. Malborobu, got eliminated. That's the end of KE. A short-lived run for them. But still, we have Miramar matches for KE. We'll see how that turns out. It's time to quit esports. Okay, everyone's just hugging by the shoreline right now. And that's because if the circle does go to a military base, at least they'll have quicker access there. Okay, I really want to see the map.
Oh.
What kind of circle is this? What?
This is crazy good for us, but trash for the players, of course. As KC hugging by the corners is an SMB. YG made a U-turn, going back towards SMB and just go west all the way. God, there's a huge rotation coming up from YG. But on fire, the rest of Fairy Pier still on their crossfire here. Still having a skirmish around even the coastline as well.
Yeah, because YG knows that by the time they make that big turn north in, there's no more space for them to play with. So that's why they made that big U-turn. Anyway, Red gunned down by Migs. And Red eliminated by the John from Osja. So a point stolen away from the hands of 214. 214 right now. Not much space to play with as well. Look at the amount of teams, and this is ridiculous.
14 teams. I think out of 40, maybe 9 of them exactly where we're watching here right now. It's too saturated, overpopulated, and it's an open space as well. Not many compounds around the area at the beach side of Fairy Pier. And so far, only KE and BKE been taken out. I guess it's not great to start off with a KE name in this match. They've been taking out both of them having the same alphabets there. But back to a side of 214. They might get sandwiched if they pick all the fights around them. They have to be slightly careful here.
Oh man. I can see the future right now. Like, it's just going to be an insane brawl. It's going to be crazy. Like stage 4. Stage 4 is insane. I wonder if there'll be any percentage of land in main to the base in stage 4.
Probably 1% in best case scenario. But high chance it's going to be Fairy Pier, I think. That's why a lot of teams try to hold on Fairy Pier as much as possible. But if it ended up on top of this bridge, that's going to be the cherry on top for me.
Ooh, can't wait there. We'll find out in about 35 more seconds. For now, teams are just taking any spot that they can. Even at this dock. We have like 2 from Osja here, and the other 2 players are on the main peninsula. But oh, Smile gunned down, and I believe that was while they were rotating, and Smile eliminated by Misfit International.
I do want to see SMB.
Oh.
Because last we saw SMB YG reroute themselves towards SMB, going to where SKC was. Where did Misfit shoot them from? Misfit down more south. They're actually taking Blue Zone way deep into it. And this is going to be a long swim for YG, SKC, and MSI.
Ooh, okay. 100% circle on the main peninsula with the tinge of water in it. So SKC needs to move. Yangu Gaidiko needs to move. Oh, it's so hard for them. But now Yangu Gaidikos, they need to deal with SKC. I mean, these two, they're obviously not friends, and it's all for themselves right now. 3v4. Where is Yangu Gaidikos gonna go? Jump into the water maybe? I don't know, but that's super duper risky.
They wish they have that hovercraft right now to take it into action. Or even a boat will be sufficient enough for them to be alive for a bit. This is going to be a tough swim for the teams in SMB, SKC, Misfit International, and YG, who are cutting it very close if they can make it out alive. With Blue Zone coming in, this is going to be tough. But if we ended up right on top of the Fairy Pier port, around the jetty area, that's going to be very tiny land and space for 14 teams now.
Ooh, Misfit International with the boat across. They're taking a lot of damage as well. Oh, boat exploded. Oh no, they are swimming. They are in the water. Oh no.
But they made it out alive. I think they'll be fine. For now. It's a long swim though. Osja tried to scout them out. Oh, this is going to be tough. Only one of them might manage to survive this for MSF. But there's too many eyes watching this side. The Marines are guarding the coastline. The port area is heavily saturated on top of Fairy Pier. And top 8, the rest of Osja Esport is pinning down MSI. But as Casey just make an entrance. God, more shots coming in this way.
Oh, SKC, that turned out. Oh, switching seas. Ah, still went down. But they somehow managed to get away with it. But top is not letting Misfit International get away with things now. Oh, Panda, he's gonna finish everyone, Panda! Steal away those elimination points from the hands of Osja. And at the end of the day, as Misfit International eliminated. That's such a sad way to go out.
At least he split himself into 3 points. Both teams getting himself a 3 out of Misfit International and couple of players of SKC as well as YG. Last I've seen, yeah, YG heavy casualty on their side as well. Down to 2 players left and they are swimming as well. Oh, this is just a heavenly day for SKC and Osja farming just around the port of Erangel all day long. They can do this all day long.
Absolutely, right? There you go. And stay Cloud next. Now it's a matter of who will lock in the elimination point. There's Clay Juniors on the other side as well. And there you go. Point goes to Observation Esports. Yaku Gadiko is down to 1 player left. I wonder where that player is. He's clearly not tanking the blue. So he could be in the water somewhere.
Probably nearby where the rest of SKC is at. They're still pretty much inside of a circle. No YG. Romeo is way up north. I think he did not U-turn because at first they were planning to go right side of the bridge to rotate in. He's the only one going through that rotation. The rest of them, you know, reroute themselves towards a different direction entirely. That's how he survived.
Wow. Okay. So at least they have a representative. He needs to wait until at least 5 other teams gets eliminated before he starts to bring in the play some points. But anyway, this current circle is still insane. The dock area is the centerpiece of the circle. You don't get that all the time. And there's not many places to play with this kind of circle. We're going to start to see a lot more fights again. Nines is going to be the next one to fall. Same goes for Erangel as well to the hands of Master Ichi. And more to come.
More to go. There's going to be too little space here for 13 teams to share Ferry Pier. We do know it's an open space where everybody can see everyone. Gerald to get unlucky while Osja still going fishing once more. Joseph will try to take down SKC. Panda is struggling. We can see the future of SKC and their demise here. Very soon on fire. Wow, they are on a great steamroll for on fire. 5 eliminations right now.
Yeah, definitely on fire here. Already 5. But they're not out of it yet. Still need to move forward into the circle. Now Rofi is the next target for Joseph. These 2 players for SKC, do they have the circle? Yeah, they kinda have it, so they are still kinda okay, but then again, if you're out in the water, you're pretty much stealing ducks.
Yep. And the one that roasting the ducks is gonna be Joseph right now. He's willing to sacrifice all his ammunition to score them. He paid them well. 6 eliminations right now for Osja Esports. While Rex on Observation Esports spotted out YG last player just now. That's going to be YG slipping down a lot. The downfall of YG today for day number 2 of the grand finals. But they're still up there somehow. The gap is still there. Nemesis down to 2. If Nemesis is down, NGGZ right now definitely have more points than Nemesis.
Alright, next is going to be Romeo Yakado's position. Shots fired on the Romeo, and somehow he's still alive. For how long? He's not in the circle yet. The blue will be on top of him. So this is definitely going to be the end for Young Radicals. And surely right now, the first time in the grand finals, Young Radicals, no points in the round.
Now, chances are given again towards Hive and JNK to catch up here since they do have more players compared to Nemesis in second place with only 2 and NGGZ down with 3 players. I mean, NGGZ have a better chance compared to Nemesis right now to overtake that second place and even shrink down since YG got eliminated. JNK on the other hand, nobody else coming up from the north. They are taking at the rim. But there's going to be HKG and Hive to go through to get into the center. And worst case scenario, the circle shifted away and they are in an open space for JNK.
And look at this circle. Still we have like what? 50% of water in this circle. This is insane. And Osja's position is absolute gold at this moment. While everyone else that we can see on the minimap right now, all of them have to fight.
Oh, there's only 200 meters cubic square of land out of the 450 to 500 meters of the radius. Half of it gone. With 10 teams and 33 players, that's too small. But here comes the fight. OV, GG, JNK. JNK now focusing on which? Left or right side? They have to pick a fight here for JNK. They are at the worst case scenario and the furthest one away from the circle.
Oh man, this is just insane at this moment. And the blue is starting to close as well. Like teams will be forced to move forward. Look at the amount of teams here. We have like JNK, HKG, Hive even. And Osja just got kit elsewhere. Expect more to come. Now the rush is coming in from JNK. They're going to focus onto the compound. They're going to take it step by step to get in the circle.
How to get through this cloud? There's too many people in between. How can HKG and JNK cut across all these teams unharmed?
That's a golden question now. But the one that might be harmed is going to be Monboy. He's sharing the same building. Oh, sees one. Missed opportunity. The second time around will not miss. Monboy gets unknown. One more to go. Monboy! Bronze Boy still survives, but the answer is no. He still got shot down by Mix from 214, headbutting from a distance.
Oh, but wait, can they actually revive JNK members there? Since 214 seem to be in action in the way as well. Unfortunately, on fire, they will have to finish their run, despite it was a really good run compared to all the rest of the days of grand finals here. But HKG still alive down there. They're taking out OV. While JNK, they couldn't pick up on Unknown. And where's Unknown? I think they managed to reset. Nemesis taking a fight against OV around the shoreline. HKG fighting the blue at the same time with players. Oh, this is going to be tough for Sin.
Oh, and he has to reload. But then again, from the other side, we have Rex showing up. Rex with a double elimination on the HKG. Taking them out at number 9. Just to be eliminated by another player called Dale. And this is how messy this kind of circle put these teams in. That's going to be Hive. Again against JNK. Rage right now. Last man standing for Hive International. He has to win this one with his DBS jumping around, but from left and from right, they will come in together onto him, and Hive International out.
JNK still having a trio with 4 eliminations right now, but the shot coming off from the back is going to be OV. OV already prepping the nade. Behind them, they have GG. They have to be extra careful. OV now trying to closing the gap. Dale and Hades, the last 2 members of Nemesis. And OV Clay Jr., they want to focus on Nemesis instead, but JNK is right on top of him. He has to be extra careful because a nade from JNK. Unknown finish of last of OV.
Oof. And we're not done yet. 5 more teams to go. And Nemesis and NGGZ take advantage of the fact that Yaku Radicals out with 0 points. Or maybe another team might step up the game. Right now, we still have teams on the outside. JNK still have to move forward. And look at the amount of open space in front of them. And Oxja are still in prime position. Stage 8 though, we'll see where the one goes. But for now, JNK, they will need to problem solve this.
Some of them still around at the jetty. At the port of Ferropia now, heated up 214. Now NGGZ try to rotate around. Oja Yu taking them down, double shot. Oh, back to Joseph. Oja holding the jetty all by themselves here. Nemesis taking the warehouse. While NGGZ is sharing the outside of the warehouse of Nemesis right now. It's too small of a space to be shared here. Yaka just arrived outside of the warehouse at the small shack as well. 214 quite in the open at the right side, left side of the circle. And that nade slowly biting off Yaka of his life. And that's the last of JNK. No, still having a duo. Still alive. But 9 eliminations. Ozja taking the numbers up.
Wow, and that's thanks to them going fishing in the sea. And now they plan to add on to their tally here. In front of them is going to be 214. Top opens up the side. Anticipating the next phase of circle might leave the dock. But right now, everyone's pretty nice and sound in the circle, but stage 8 is coming soon in 25 more seconds. Mix, he looks like Joseph is behind this terrain, but the easiest position.
Oh. His ammunition's pretty low as well. I think they're sharing their bullets right now. Somebody needs to pass it over to Mix for his bullets running pretty dry, including his S12K. Don't have any reserve for the magazines. But the circle, it's going to be the game changer for each of the teams remaining at top 5. The only team with a full squad right now is going to be Ozja, the one around the dock area, the jetty, where Ozja still waiting things out. They are patient, and I think they will force the fight against 214. High chance 214, the one will have to advance forward and let themselves known to Ozja quite clear around the beach area.
And other teams obviously know that Ozja is here. They have been here for the longest time. But the bigger pressure is going to be on JNK again and Nemesis. They're not in the circle yet. Ozja can still play for a little bit more time. And 214 pretty much on the clear on the left side. Observer is going to focus onto these two teams. Smoke deployed by Nemesis. But Nate sent across from the other side. Will not connect. Hades shows up. Hades gets unknown. Just to be counter fired by Master Ichi. And now Team Nemesis. Only they'll let the final player. Can he pull off a big clutch here? Master Ichi coming in. Smoke blinding him though.
No!
And on the other side, Gerald had to butt in.
And double it down. Gerald getting 2 teams at the same time. Nemesis and JNK fallen in the prey hands of Gerald coming up from and GGZ. We're having our top 4. Nemesis at number 4. It is just seconds, milliseconds apart between those two teams, Nemesis and JNK. But when it comes to numbers, Ozja will score this chicken. We talked about them before. The fall of Ozja for a few seasons now. This is the time for them to rise back up.
Yeah, it's hard to see Ozja dropping the ball here. They're already at 10 elimination points. Looking to secure the remaining 3 points. 214 and then GGZ now. Now it's a matter of who will score the second place finish in this round. Jaro still behind Ozja. And with the smoke active, they know that he's there. Nate set across and Jaro receives damage. Second Nate. A little bit of an overshot and Jaro is still alive, but he's healing up with bandages. He's out of first aids.
214 slowly dwindling it down when it comes to the numbers. Down to only one last player from 214. We see this one coming, but Ozja, they are in shambles as well. The John is knocked down by Jared. Jared makes so much work for the others, but they will have to bow down at third place. Yeah, as NGGZ last player, Jared will be taken out, but congratulations to Ozja Esports. Finally get a taste of a grand final PMCL Spring 2026 chicken dinner.
Another team from the second half of our overall charts scoring the chicken dinner. Before this it was KE and now it is Ozja. And this time Ozja coming in with 12 elimination points. But this circle, man, this circle is so difficult. But somehow Ozja, he hung on to that dock. And that dock actually gave them a really good spot to stop teams from swimming over. And that's where they got majority of their elimination points. And a lot of it brought in by Joseph. 5 elimination points here, 6 knockouts and 840 damage to come together with it. But what matters is of course the elimination points. And with this chicken dinner, it's going to be 22 points for them. Let's check out the best moments here from this insane circle.
We're getting PMSL circles here today, Glenn. We had that scammy one on the right side before, and today we had that left side one that we had once in PMSL as well. Oh man, what a day here today. And the circle, when it comes to PUBG Mobile, it's been giving us a lot of good vibes for the entertainment, especially for casters, of course. But when it comes to the numbers, Ozja got it all. I mean, whoever's actually holding the full thrust of Ferry Pier port side, the dock area, that's where all the points coming in.
Yeah, it's entertaining for us. I'm pretty sure the teams hate it. Unless you're Ozja, of course. Then you'll be like, yeah, boy, let's go with the kind of circle. But everyone else, I'm sure they did not have a good time there. But it is what it is. And it is Joseph as our MVP. 5 eliminations, 840 damage, 6 knockouts, and a maximum survival time of 29 minutes, 37 seconds with a 31% point contribution. And him together with his team, I'm pretty sure majority of their eliminations came from teams who are swimming across and could not get past Ozja at all.
Especially these three teams, specifically these three teams. YG, MSI, the first one to went down, they were swimming. Well, they had a boat before, but it exploded midway through. And that's just Thanksgiving Day for Joseph. He's the only one waiting around the beach area, just around the margins, and he got it all. Plus, and then they got SKC, couple of players there, and they got almost, 3 out of 4 players of YG were there as well. And they are the only one with a double-digit elimination this time, no surprise.
Oh yeah, no surprise. They've been farming everyone else in this round. But at least we also have like a 2-1 for NGGZ with the double digit when it comes to tabulating the entire score. But it's also the first time in the grand finals that Yakuza Radicals went out without any points at all. Of course, it was a really tough circle, so yeah, it is what it is. The same goes for BKE too. Opportunity for the other teams like Nemesis, like Hive and GGZ to try to close the gap. And the one that took the best opportunity here is NGGZ. So I wonder, have they overtaken Team Nemesis though? But with the fact that Team Nemesis scored 6 points, so maybe not yet. It could still be Team Nemesis at number 2.
Oh, but they're cutting it very close though, because we do know when it comes to the 3rd and 4th place, they're not too far off from where Nemesis stood out before at 2nd place. They were in the 90s before, very close to each other. So with this single digit of point contribution this time towards Nemesis, this definitely might be a new contender. Yeah, yep, they've been falling out of grip, but at least there's 3 teams now. Welcome to the 100 digit for NGGZ and Nemesis.
Oh well, again, it's kind of like the storyline of like, okay, 2nd place onwards, everyone else is just cancelling out each other. You call it like 2nd place is like this curse. Like, how long can you hold on to that 2nd place as of now? And YG is just like looking down and saying that, hey, you guys decide on who's going to be 2nd place. I'll just be up here at 1st place.
But look at where Ozja's at. They're shooting up the numbers till 10th place. GG been pulled down. I think the whole stack of Cambodian teams are there as well.
Oh yeah, teams from the Cambodian region. Everyone's on the 2nd half. Interesting. That's a good point there. Something they need to improve on. But yeah, I still got to give it to Ozja. I mean, they still scored the chicken dinner, so it's a significant boost for them to be at number 10 now. But obviously, they have to do better than that. But nevertheless, we are done with all our Erangel matches. And in case you just join us, Team Nemesis scored the first chicken dinner, followed by KE and JNK, the 3rd chicken dinner. And we just saw Ozja overcoming that kind of insane circle to lock in the chicken dinner. And then after this, we're going to switch up the maps to play inside the dusty dunes of Miramar.
Oh, speaking of Miramar, one name stood out here so far that I feel like slightly consistent. That's going to be TTQ. They always got himself in the top 4 of Miramar, including yesterday, during the league stage. They love this map more than the rest of the maps that are being offered here. So I assume we can assume that TTQ might be in the top 4. But who else that they needed point more when it comes to the overall rankings? As long as I think this is where YG couldn't drop any ball anymore. They need to start to come back up.
No more break for them? You say? Okay. Let's see what they will come out with. If they come back here in the next round with the chicken dinner, then it's like, okay, then they're basically saying that, hey, we gave you all a chance, but nobody come close enough. So we're back.
Oh man, but the biggest downfall I will have to give it. Yes, when it comes to per day, YG's performance today has been a downfall for them. But provided that they can do so with how they offered that kind of performance in day number 1, they get themselves a comfortable cushion to sit on to wait things out, and now is the time to not wait anymore if they want to maintain that healthy gap. Whilst the other teams, we're talking about the race to second and third place here. It seems like a lot of teams upping their games, but what you guys can up your in-game, it's gonna be none other than the Apollo project that collaborates with PUBG Mobile this time.
Oh yeah, up your game in conjunction with the PUBG Mobile's 8th anniversary with this hyper car. Get the opportunity to drive the legendary Apollo Project Evo at Apollo Intensa Emozione. Unlock exclusive Apollo themed items and experience rebellious German engineering, which is only available for a limited amount of time until the 10th of May. So that's like 8 days from now. By the time this shows end, it's probably like 7 days from now. So you don't want to miss out the opportunity. Get it right now inside the game before you regret not getting it when it's no longer there.
Oh. Who's regretting right now for the team so far? I think it's going to be high. The downfall is huge. They had 27 head start points starting this grand finals yesterday, and that's 27 points compared to the teams at the very bottom of a gap. But where they are right now, they're falling off the grace, quite far off from 1st to 7th place last time we saw them, and they've been taken out quite early. What happened to Hive from your perspective though?
Well, it almost looks like coordination for me. Like there were some instances like one player got caught out and he was probably taking care of an angle, but then again he was breached through and then his teammates couldn't back him up. So it almost felt like the positioning of each other that, okay, yeah, it's okay to spread out and you want to create like this perimeter, but if anyone's in trouble, like can they back up in time or not? Looks to me for Hives' situation is that they couldn't. Maybe because of the pace of their opponents that rushes in, or they're just too far, or they don't have a good line of sight with each other. So no backup, not even long range, and that slowly became their downfall over time.
And mostly like communication and their positioning as well. I guess that's played the biggest part about, you have to synchronize to start to push or start to retreat or whatever the rotation is. And same goes for YG. Don't you think it's a bit suspicious and a bit awkward to see Romeo is actually on the northern side with the rest of the team rotating towards the south side just now? I don't know what was the main idea for YG by splitting into 1-3 that far for the rotation. I think Romeo was like, no, we're way too deep in the blue zone, might as well just go through this. But the rest of them, nope, I think that maybe we're coming out from south is easier, which was not the case.
I think it was pretty genius from YG, if that was part of their plan, that is. So that like if you commit all 4 to the south and then everybody gets eliminated at that time where 3 of them got eliminated, then it would have been like a total 0. Yes, it ended up as a 0, but what I like is that they have a plan B. It's like, okay, if we all 3 get eliminated, you can still survive. Okay, whether you actually get points or not after that is a second story. But I like the fact that, oh, okay, so Romeo went up there. And you can imagine this, right? If you're the opponents, you kind of like focus on the 3 from Young Galacticos and you don't see the other one. Then you'll be like, okay, wherever he is, doesn't matter. He's not going to interrupt us at all. And he can just play super duper safe by himself.
And also, it actually is very true. I agree with you, because when they go for 1-3, Also, it gives you, give the opponents, even though they got that 3 out of 4 players, it gives them a sense of paranoid. Where is the fourth one? While the fourth one is way off the map, nobody can actually see them. That's actually true, but at a lot of stake. High risk, high reward. So I guess they take the risk anyway, but no reward for YG. But we're gonna head over to Miramar.
Well, it's a bigger map, a lot more space, and generally less scammy circles. So this could benefit teams like Yago Galacticos, who knows how to play the map and also comes up with good rotations. Let's see what sort of gameplay will they come up here with this sort of flight path, starting from the south side of Lost Learners, ending in the Oasis area. We didn't really get a direct Impala circle yet. No Patona circle yet. It's probably a good time too.
So far, it's just a truck stop circle all day long. Yesterday, back to back at that. Yeah, you remember that? We had very similar circles yesterday, though.
Yeah, both of them around the truck stop. Yeah, very close, very close. So it's like, deja vu moment. Hopefully we get a very different one this time.
I hope the same too, because that's why yesterday TTK has been taking a lot of top 4, because pretty much almost they are around that compound as well. But when it comes to clashing in the early stage of the game, the hot drops anywhere that we don't see any stacking yet, I guess everybody just marking their territory and respect that notion for now. And yeah, very peaceful start. Everybody quite scattered. One turn over circle now. This is going to be a tricky one as well.
Yeah, and it's an okay circle, I must say. But then again, it can be also kinda scammy-ish if the circle pulls to the high grounds of Chumacera. If it goes down and play around like Picado, Monte Nuevo, that kind of area, then it's kind of okay. So, for our entertainment, go to Chumacera Mountain would be kind of nice.
I have a feeling it might pull into La Rilera area based on this sort of circle. Usually around the valleys, that deep valleys, and a lot of teams try to, just be the junction of the valleys of La Rilera, playing around the foot of the mountain, because there's multiple layers of terrain. High chance it's going to be there too. So keep your eye peeled out, because whoever get that later, if that's going to be the case of circle, or even Chumacera, I agree with you, it's tricky. But if it's Chumacera, it's divided into 2 sides, so Cloud, which one would you pick? Those high grounds, open space, or the low ground town of Chumacera?
Oh, high ground Chumacera all the way.
Yeah.
Because it's super challenging for the teams.
But it means
And
that
imagine if they're late to the high ground, then like, normally teams would have, some other team would have been up there, and then they have to fight for that high ground, and then they'll be forced to move because of the circle and all that circumstances. Oh yeah, let's go high ground Chumacera.
Yeah, exactly what I thought. If that's going to be the case, high ground Chumacera, it means they have to rotate very fast for the teams. But do they even want to go there in the first place? Do they even... Because last time we saw 3 teams took the gamble. Whether the circle will go that side or this side, yeah, per usual. Camels this time.
Oh, he's eating.
Oh yeah, you know about camels spit to your face if you make them angry. Or you
Oh,
actually
really?
raise your... Yeah, they can recognize the tone of your voice if you're angry or not. And they are very vengeful as well.
Vengeful?
They like
How?
revenge. They like to take revenge.
How do they take
It-
revenge?
Spitting on your face.
Oh, and they remember?
They remember very well humans' faces.
How?
Yeah.
Are all camels the same or?
Majority, yeah. Majority.
Like, oh.
They,
Like, do they
it's
have like the same thing that annoys them?
I guess majority of them just don't like if you're being disrespectful, I guess, for the camels. They're actually very intelligent creatures, and they are one of the very few creatures that can climb mountains in a very steep slopes of terrain as well. Other than ram mountains, mountain rams, with the big horns.
Oh.
the one that like to stand around the stone mountains at the edge of it. Have you seen it?
I think I've seen those on
Yeah.
on the internet somewhere.
Yeah. It's very few actually. Four-legged animals that can actually climb or hike a mountain that steep.
I'm actually thinking a lot more on like how do you disrespect camels?
Some of them raise their voices and tone, or some of them making fun of it, or like, for example, like when they, some of them accidentally spat on your face and you just be angry and spat them back or something, and they make it twice the spat then afterwards.
Oh,
Yeah, and some of them make fun of it, like for example, keep tugging the ropes around the camels sometimes, and hitting the butt of camels. Making fun of it by slapping it or something like that.
oh.
You don't want
What
to
about
do it.
what if I gossip about the camel?
I don't think it minds.
Oh, okay. Because I'm trying to think like, okay, if I were to gossip with a camel, and it's like, I'm gossiping about camel A to camel B, and camel B heard it.
I don't think
Then
they
it's
mind
like-
though.
Yeah, what language would they understand if I gossip?
I don't know. That one is not for me to answer. Maybe you should ask a camel one day.
Okay. I'll wait till I date a camel. I'll give you the answer.
Have you been on a camel before, Cloud?
No.
Yeah, I think you should.
What's the difference between riding a camel and riding a horse?
Oh, it's very different though. Your posture when riding each of the creatures are very different. Their width is different. For me, wait, BKE? Capo again? Wait, can we get into the game? Capo, why is he always solo, by the way?
He's solo, and he's around BKE, so not good news. Unless he can pull off a insanely big clutch here with his SLK. 50% of health shredded. Okay, that's one down. That's two down.
No way!
Oh, wait. And they left. Oh, wait, they're still around the corner. Okay, one more on the other side. Can Capo actually do this one?
Oh,
Ooh.
BKE! This is too much at risk. Oh, they thought as one player, but Capo did so much work. Here comes the rest of cavalry of 214. Frenzy!
Ah,
Capo!
he got it. Capo clutch. What? Capo clutch. And now we shall not question why he is alone.
Oh my god. And it's way deep in blue zone on top of turret Ahumada as well. He was the scouter. He went in. That was ballsy coming out from Capo, by the way. Huge risk, but totally worth it. He was trying to pull the same stunt in the last game, but it didn't turn out well for him at first, though.
Well, now he shut the doubters up by saying that, hey, you know what? I can clutch. See this? See this? BKE, see this? Yeah. It's Capo. Remember the name.
So many teams in the blue zone. I think because of a flight pop just now. And GG's. We're back to peaceful. I guess I'm going to answer your question now regarding difference between horse and a camel. I think riding camel is more relaxed than riding a horse, actually. Oh, Monte circle.
Okay, no high ground circle.
But
Why
there's
is it
some-
more relaxed? I thought they are like emotional creatures.
Which was it? Wait for it. Wait, Lucky, Malburubu, KE. Oh no, KE. They're trying to initiate fight again, but fight spread out. Unfortunately, TTK Lucky is a bit unlucky this time, and TTK was actually rotating when they've been caught off guard by KE. And now they're around the petrol station on top of Montenuevo, and they have to leave. They're down to 2 players or 3, I assume. TTQ down to 3. Osja, you knocked down. I'm surprised that Kaka didn't go and finish him off yet.
taking his time, using him as a semi-bait, I guess. I don't like Ozja can go and save him. And they know this building, and that could be their next destination though. And there goes you to the hands of Spyro. Point goes to On Fire. You could use more points not to be at number 16. Nobody wants to be at number 16 by the end of the tournament.
Somebody got to be number 16. But at least if the gap is very small in between or across the board, then it's still, you know, something that's can be overlooked in terms of what number of placement you have. But unfortunately, we're eyes locked onto top 3 because that's where things are happening for the slot of PMGO SEA. Back to square one for all the teams, back to rotation. A lot of them are being caught off guard in their stage 2 or their second or third checkpoint. SKC next to us. OV Panda be left behind.
And there goes the point. To the hands of Chill Guys. Observation Esports opening up their account. While the rest of SKC is like, okay, let's position ourselves inside, but I'm not sure if they're going to take a position to gatekeep them. Looks like not. They're just going to go all the way to the left side. But that is where Ozja Esports is at. Nikes. Okay, he's okay for now.
Nice. We got ourselves the Ladrillera Valleys. Rofi. Might bomb into On Fire very soon now. Just getting across La Rilera. I do want to see. We don't see the mini map yet by far, but I want to see a stage 3 circle, how it will fare for all the other teams when it comes to rotations too. Because there are a couple of teams there. 214 coming up from north, way deep in the blue zone. Ozja MSI coming up from south. La Rilera will be a hot spot and choke point for the teams coming from south. While Montenuevo, that fork. The compounds taken by NGGZ already. Nemesis just next to them. Where's YG? They're coming in very late from northwest as well.
The John got south. Joseph smoked up vehicle now. They're gonna go to fight MSI. The answer is no, because the terrain is gonna be tough for them. At the same time, GG in the fight as well against NGGZ. Top still out in the blue, receiving damage from Clody. Clody, what a good high ground position he's at. Teammates behind him as well to be able to support him. But it's more of him supporting his teammates so that they can get away from the blue.
Still inside the claw of blue right now. It's going to be Ozja Esports though. They had a great run last one. Now it feels like they are in trouble. Smothered by the blue completely. Whoa, MSI, the shots coming up all away from downtown. That's a very long shot indeed. But back to running. I'm not sure what's the plan for Joseph right now. Why he's trying to find a vehicle or something, possibly. Do they even have vehicles? Yeah, they found one. Top found one pickup truck. How about the rest of them? Will they be on foot? I don't think they can survive this on foot.
Well, that's where Top is going to go pick them up. Yeah, there you go. It should be okay. But Top only has 4 bandages, so they have to make it quick though. It doesn't happen to the fact that MSI, they moved in first, so they can gatekeep from inside depending on how they want to play this round. Campus from KE got gunned down. No follow-up, I believe so. So I believe it's a long range. But now MSI and OF. It's going to be the next one. Oh, Clay Jr. went out to the zone. Okay. But he spent a little bit too much time just for the point to be taken away by Time to Quick Esports.
The last time we saw TTQ's running, it managed to get a revive on there. TTQ back to 3 players. Still inside of the blue zone, Ozja. Hopefully they can make it out alive. Either Axe On Fire. Seems to be in the center of attention in the middle of the south circle. But OV, do they want to get in there? There's also TTQ just around that corner. So if they want to advance, they have to take it very slow. The timing is super important. Chill guys, but they're Ozja, Joseph, they might be in trouble. The blue's hitting and they will be gatekept by Observation Esports. Here comes the fight. Not yet.
Everyone's like, okay, let's get a spot first because the circle's shifting. Okay, goes up north. In the middle of it is going to be NGGZ Team Nemesis. In the middle as well. Okay, that's a good suspect there. Hive International there as well. A lot of good teams there in the middle of the circle, but on the side we also have Austria. Zooming past by On Fire, and with the fact that On Fire took their time, now Austria will play by the edge of the circle, but Kaka gets top. Point surely will go to On Fire.
It's the battle of the O's. On Fire. Seems like they are winning with trying to corner it down. And MSI caught in the process as well. They're just rotating from the southwest. La Dilera will be heated up between these three teams. MSI, they are in their demise once more. It seems like they are fumbling down, losing their limbs right now. That's going to be MSI down to only 2 players. One knockdown, one still breathing. But Clody, can he hold the ground by himself? It's OV nearby. On Fire now will shift their focus. And Clody got saved by the last minute observation. Esports fighting On Fire. They're not done yet. On Fire still have to fight this way through.
And we have 3 teams here. On Fire, Observation Esports, and MSI. As for Observation Esports, we have Chill guys here, and he kind of knows where Spyro is at, but just too short there. Second time around, he does have one more nade though, but he's not going to expand that. And chill for now, and Clody is just chilling inside the warehouse. No team is interested in this position. They are more interested in trying to get into the circle, and Observation Esports, they have space.
Do they really have space the moment they get themselves into the circle? Now Hive, it's definitely a Hive showering down with bullets, but On Fire, they resume their hunt for Clody. MSI last player. I think On Fire pretty much want to go and wrap around this, but since they figure out, we toss a couple of throwables and nobody seems to be responding, might as well we just move out. The no for fact times is the essence. But speaking of a warehouse fight, Hive managed to shut down our Observation Esport and now taking a fight towards KE.
This fight inside the circle, so everybody's holding their ground. I don't expect big moves by Hive or Austria. They're kind of okay for now, but big moves by On Fire now against SKC. Pyro gets into the building. He's on the chase right now with the AK in hand. And with his AK, he will get his target. It's going to be one down. More to go. We have Nix here. Cooking up this nade. One more second. He's still holding it though. Toss! And that's a beautiful shot toss nade by Nix to get his target.
Nix, go for the reset. Special X coming in. Try to go for the push, but gonna pop the smoke and save his teammate first. Kakar's on the ground, but there's shots coming up from the back. Pyro try to give him cover fire, but we have 5 coming into us MSI. Clody, he's not having a break at all. I feel sorry for him, but here comes SKC. Hello, jumping down the buildings. Special X is doing special move himself, going for the full HP reset, and here comes the work. He managed to score 2 by himself. SKC out.
0 points. That's opportunity for HKG to leapfrog over SKC now, because they're still in the game. But On Fire, they're not out of it yet. They still need to move forward. The Titan Quick Esports behind them, they want to move as well. On the other side, there's also another potential fight. We'll check on them later. Oh, HKG. Mankey just got a player from Yangon Galacticos. And the Quick Esports, okay, they have to execute that plan. 15 more seconds. It's almost close, but there's like 3 different teams in front of them.
Northern side so vacant. J and K, they are very spread out, but coming out from the south, this is a very overpopulated of the north of La Dilera. HKG taking on Fire, Special Axe down. I think the rest of On Fire want to go and save him for now, but Hive might stopping them in the process. There's also YG coming over, rushing towards crossing the other side. They're getting themselves into the circle. Don't want to go through this unnecessary conflict down south. There will be major thinning of crowd down south here. I think out of 13 teams, 6 or 7 of them coming up from south.
Oh, then that includes Clody as well, but Miners know that he's there. Going in, and it's going to be easy work for Miners to eliminate the final player of MSI. They're out at number 13. The Titan Quick Esports, they're not clear yet. Two more teams in front of them. One of them is going to be on fire. Been at each other for quite a while now. While we check on the other side, HKG. Oh, Mankey. Close.
Took him a bit too long though to open fire for that one. He got a clear view for quite like opening up for 3 seconds. 3 full seconds it took him for finally open fire. Mankey running low of bullet. It's been a while somebody actually used a Mini 14. I missed this weapon so much.
That means Observer is going to give Choo Choo what she wants. Mankey all the way. Up, 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 up. Okay, one more. Oh, but YG, they managed to breeze through. They were behind HKG before this. Wow.
Yep. They make a very fast rotation. They decided, you know what, we're going to leave everything since everybody in a scruffle of fights. They decided they are distracted. We move in now. But for TTQ and On Fire, there has been quite some time. On Fire has been in a back-to-back fights now. They got themselves 8 elimination from those back-to-back fights, but leaving at a cost where Spyro the last member standing here. So how can he fight against so many teams in front of him?
We start off by waiting for Mewtwo. Mewtwo stands up. Oh, scope again. Oh, no. Mewtwo teasing. And he goes the other way. But then again, it's a play of Hive in front. That's why this terrain is so hard for them to get the information. Oh, at least they see something so they know that Pretzel is there. But still can't hit him. But Master D2K gets that car.
They gotta leave now. Stage 6 just hit, shrinking even into the center. And stage 6 blue zone is no joke. We're talking about you stayed there 5 seconds, you're almost completely gone. But JNK, they had a great run prior to this, suddenly ended up with a 0. When they just had that momentum and completely lost it one more. Now we're hovering to KE, and they've been gatekept by so many teams from the inside of a circle.
Well, at least they put themselves still in contention for the top 3. And we have one more game to go later.
True.
But we have Hype International, Tiny Quick Esports, and also KE in a 3-way fight somewhere. Oh, we're looking at the John just playing the patient game. And here comes Davar with a high guard advantage, but his teammates are falling down. Campers and Maburu needs help. Nade on the Joseph. That's a close one there. Master D2K is on it. He's going for the save.
KE down to 2 players. Heavy casualty on their side. While Ozja, it's going to be a fair game for them 2v2. But unfortunately for Ozja, I'm not sure whether he doesn't have any health utilities for Joseph. He's not resetting his HP right now.
He's probably out, not too sure. Anyway, what we're sure is that the John right here, trying to stop KE, managed to get Maburubu. You know, Davan, it's kind of busy as well. I mean, there's so many teams around the area, including Hive as well, from the inner side, putting pressure. Hive International 4 elimination points right now. This is the round that they need to come back up again. But still the top teams, top 3, all 3 of them still in the game with a full team.
Oh, they overlooked Joseph. Nobody spotted him yet. I think Davan or Carrillo do have some idea somebody's there, but he's not confident enough to figure it out alone. Joseph, he doesn't have anything. He doesn't have anything. If only we actually see the observers, please show us sometimes. But 214, Nemesis! Nemesis! Bobbing held by NGGZ! Speaking of timing, what an 8 by MM just now.
And they can still easily save Dale, not going to be a problem. And looking at the minimap, they are on the clear. And the bigger question will be the teams towards the southern side, like who's going to survive this one, okay? We're on the spiral, and Rage found him out. That's the end of Observation Esports, but look at this, a 10-point haul.
That's a lot. Right now, the only team with a double-digit eliminations, and we've seen a 10 elimination change so much in the overall rankings. I think this is going to be one of it as well. But the rest of the teams on top, they are all well and alive, except for TTQ. Unfortunately, they are very close to get the 100 mark. I'm not sure whether their position points enough to push them in the 100 mark. But YG is still alive. like I mentioned, Cloud, they know when they should drop the game and when they should not do that.
Oh yeah. And they are in the circle, but now are they still in it? I'm trying to see somewhat, if not just by the edge. But anyway, they are sharing the same area of Monte Nuevo with so many other teams. While the circle mostly shifted towards the outer side, so there are some teams that needs to move, some teams that can still stay. The one that's confirmed moving is going to be GG and HKG. HKG, they were gatekeeping Yaku Galacticos before this. Now it's going to be YG stopping them from coming in.
Oh. This is too stacked up. It feels like it's always going to be the case when there's a bit of an unpredictable circle. Everybody kind of stuck themselves, just like in the previous Erangel before. Everybody stuck into one corner and just didn't know what to do next and how to get out from where they stuck. They just couldn't get out. NGGZ, they're being surrounded left and right by YG and GG. There's HKG across. There's also within reach of Hive crosshair. It's not going to be easy to be in the center now.
Oh, yeah, more teams will come towards you, right? But maybe that's where Smile is trying to scout an exit point. Anyway, GG is going to be one of them trying to stop HKG, and Xiaojia out. There's HKG eliminated, number 7 with 1 elimination point. Now it's time for GG to move as well. They're going towards the northern side. Nemesis is across the road, so I don't think there'll be a big factor, but minor will be a big factor to deal.
As a huge nade drop by side of NGGZ. Here comes another one to finish off Dale. Oh, he's down to 30% of HP. While YG taking a fight against NGGZ, they're focusing towards YG right now. Manet taking on Minor. While they are focusing towards YG, GG making a move as well. Renza on the move alongside with support coming up from behind. And man playing around the container. It's going to be the corner game again between these two players. Support burning him off. Not going to get into the box. He's not going to get him pick into the container while he's trying to nade down the rest of the teams in front of whatever that's moving. He's going to try to shoot it down. That's it for GG.
Ooh, and some support will pick up that point. Point number 3 for GG. Now, Yaku Galacticos in action. They have some support pinned down. And they also have to be aware of NGGZ on the other side as well. Lucky for them, that circle is more towards the left side. So they don't need to move too far. Just slightly forward and they'll be okay. While that, they'll be keeping an eye on to the remaining members of GG. And they need to deal with them at some point. In case these players from GG backstab them. So they have to clear them off.
A three-way battle between NGGZ, GG, and YG. While the other side, the other quarter is like a different quarters of map here. Nemesis got quite a plentiful space on the north compared to the others, but manpower-wise, not so much. 3 players left. And having the least amount is going to be NGGZ and GG right now. Funny, these two teams always align, and YG getting on support, leaving only Renzo left. YG, how sharp their eyes can get.
And they're about to pick up point from 7 support. It's going to be Renzo, like what you said. And what can he do in this kind of situation? I mean, when he moves forward, YG will shoot him down. Okay, now he's moving, he's forcing himself to go. Navigating around the smoke and whatever that's in between him. And still YG will take him out as expected. That's going to be point number 5 for Yaku Galacticos.
Slow and steady, they climb up the chart once more and making sure the full squad healthy and alive. I mean, they were definitely taking a step back today. They were chilling the entire day until now. The moment where they have a bit of pressure, time to pull the gap once more. But here comes Nate from Mumbai towards campus. KE, they've been cornered down in worst case scenario. They are backing themselves around the blue, but NGCZ against YG. Wait, what a blunder, but Nate advances by his own teammate. And the worst timing possible.
Oh, can he actually make up for it right now? He has to finish off Red. And he will finish off Red. And that's going to be a pickup here. Smart will be back up again. And Yaku Galacticos, even though they needed themselves, but still they're able to recover.
It's not done and dusted yet. I mean, he managed to redeem himself just now by making sure that his teammate alive for YG. But Nemesis scouted out campus. That's going to be the end of KE. What a shot spray from Demios. Never fail to get those eliminations. Hive, on the other hand, still a full squad moving forward. KE already finished off. It's down to 3 teams here. Full squads except for Nemesis, down to 2. Throwables wise, plenty in the hands of Nemesis and couples from YG and Hive. But Hive, can they cross the street?
Yeah, this is going to be a big question for Hive. I mean, they don't have much space to play and they have to cross the street. And they have to deal with Yaku Radicals at the same time. And Yaku Radicals playing as a duo right now. It's going to be Saycloud. They found Saycloud. Range will take him out. It's going to be Romeo. Romeo lower ground and Hive International will stop Yaku Radicals from bringing in another chicken dinner and they will claim it for themselves.
Finally, welcome back to the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Spring 2026 Southeast Asia. Hive, after the league stage, they are finally making their debut of their chicken dinner. When it comes to the grand final, it took them some time.
Oh man, yeah, that took them a while, but still it came, and that's where it all matters. And this time, they scored 11 elimination points, 21 points in total, together with the chicken dinner. And who will be the MVP? Looks like it's going to be the IGL Rage himself. I mean, the most eliminations, highest amount of damage, and almost the least amount of damage taken. But let's relive the best moments here and check out Hive International's chicken dinner.
Hive, YG, Nemesis, and On Fire. It seems like the battle of the red versus the purple up here. About 2 teams scoring themselves a double-digit eliminations. On Fire really was on fire just now.
Oh yeah, this is their best performance in the grand final so far with 10 eliminations. So great work for On Fire here. And the Yaku Radicals is still up here as part of our top 4 teams together with other top contenders like Team Nemesis and finally Hive International with the chicken dinner. So all these teams did well. On Fire from the very, very bottom because of this kind of performance. They're no longer at number 16 for sure. But where are they? So that's something that we'll need to check out soon. Keeping an eye on Fire and whether they can still challenge for the top 3 spot. But as expected, our MVP is the IGL Range.
It's nice to finally see a screen across us right now. It's going to be coming up from Hive player here. It's been a while. We've been waiting for the debut of Chicken in grand finals and finally get to see the MVP and Range up here with 4 elimination out of the 11. I think everybody distributed among themselves for the points quite evenly between themselves. It's just damage-wise, slightly more towards Range. 4 knockouts. At least he's being honest about his elimination points there. 4 knockouts, clean elimination by himself. He didn't steal from anybody. But when it comes to Hive, will this actually shoot them back up? This will be a lot of disruption, not just at the very top, because the bottom teams start to rise up as well. So both end of spectrum here will have some shift in the overall standings.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun to watch. And I want to see how many teams are close enough to the top 3 at least. But for this round, after a good round for JNK, they ended up 0 this time. SKC and BKE in the 0 bracket as well. Our top suspects, other than the ones mentioned, so NGGZ 6 points, so that's okay. Title Quick Esports 3 points. Alright, can be better. And Austria this time won after coming off a chicken dinner. So yeah, tough round for them. But Young Radicals, well, top 4 again, 14 points after a 0-point round in Erangel. They're back.
Yeah, but it feels like the baton being passed over for the second place towards a different team now. It feels like passing back to Hive. So is this Hive going back to second place and then get cursed again? Or what? We're going to wait and see for the overall rankings. And so far, points-wise, JNK, they had a great run early on in the second last Erangel. But unfortunately, they just went cold quite early just now. But for the points, they just stretching the gap back to the default position, I guess, for YG. But Nemesis now getting himself back to number 2. I guess they, going back and forth for the teams in the top 5. Hive going back to 4th place. But the gap in between is going to be 26 points. It's still in the margins, in the range of almost 30 points gap. It's back to healthy gap for YG.
Yeah, that kind of gap, I mean, they can still chill for one round. But like what you said, right, if they can just, they can chill, but chill to the point of like, okay, we get like 5 points, 6 points per round, and they'll be pretty cool. Because one other factor is that second place onwards, everyone's cancelling out each other. The second place curse is still there. Nemesis is back up again, pushing down NGGZ. So yeah, it's quite apparent there. But we also have to give it to On Fire as well. Great that they came out at number 16, but somebody else has to take over that 16 spot, right? Currently it's SKC with a 2-point gap between themselves and HKG. So 2 points, they can still do it.
Very colorful board we have here. When it comes to the logo, we have very different logos, colors as well. Love that we don't have same team getting the chickens here by now. But when it comes to the points, I noticed one thing when it comes to the second page, Cloud. The team with the most head start points or the bonus point during the league point on the second page was actually Observation Esports. They got 14 points as a bonus point during the league stage, but now they're falling. It's a total downfall compared to the grand finals here.
Yeah, I know, right? That's one. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to process it, right? Like, how's that journey, right? Like, okay, is it like down, or is it like, is there any like really up moments? But now that I kind of think about it, there's no really strong up moments. Like, if we compare like with Hive, at least like, okay, you started off high, yeah, you go down, and now you have a little bit of an up moment. But for them, no. So, are they still in contention enough for top 3? Maybe, but they really need to turn on the turbo there.
Oh, turbo all the way. Especially the teams on the second page. I mean, if they want to do it now, it's going to be the best time. And we do know last Miramar perhaps will be slightly more aggressive. And sometimes it's the reverse. Completely passive because everybody just being too careful not to slip any points away, and they will treat every single point as a dime from this year on for all the teams in the middle pack, especially the ones that are eyeing out for the second and third place. I wish we can actually have longer view for the overall rankings, because last time we saw, how much was the gap difference again? Did you remember? I tried to find it. The gap difference between the teams that can compete to the second and third slot.
Oh, I have a memory of a goldfish, so
Same.
yeah. I don't have the answer for that, but roughly it's like single digit for the most part.
Oh my! Imagine you drop one. I mean, there are cases of scenario we've ended up with a tiebreaker, but this is a tiebreaker you don't want to go with that ending, because that's too much at stake, Cloud. We're talking about that slot.
Oh yeah, the precious slot to be at PMGO qualifiers. That's a lot on stake. Because if we lose, doesn't matter whether it's like you just lose or you lose by a tiebreaker. You're gonna be on a very long break until, I don't know, second half of the year, until at least maybe even August. I don't know, but we could probably be until August. It's a long break.
And it's not great for their skills as well. It's gonna get rusty, and the team's gonna get into PMGO SEA qualifiers will have a better performance if they starting off a new season afterward, because these guys never stop and they keep grinding and level up their individual skills, because there's too many tournaments they're going for if they can qualify to PMGO SEA. That's why it's super important for the teams that supposedly, especially the ones that's pretty great at league stage, and now fumbling down for their performance in the grand finals. There are cases, the teams that do prefer long league stage marathon compared to grand finals. I think Observation Esport might be one of them.
That's definitely one of them. Hive, we did talk about them. Yes, they did score this chicken dinner, but still, it could have done better, right? Like if they were a lot more consistent, like we could at least see a two-way tight race. But now it's like Yangon Galacticos is just running away with it. Oh well. But if it was last season, then it would be like, okay, only the champion matters. But at least this season we have like 3 slots, so there's a lot more to look forward to. Assuming that Yangon Galacticos would still be like that team that creates that gap. But I don't see them really dropping now.
And also, I'm looking forward, right, for the teams in this season's PMCL. How will they fare in the PMGO SEA compared to the regions coming up from the Thais, the Vietnam, the Malaysia, the Indonesia side? How would they actually fare compared to all these teams? Because it's been a while, and last time we only had like one or two teams coming up from a wildcard region, and this time we had more, 3 of them. And for me, it would be great if we have each of different regions from the PMCL representative, just to see where they kind of scale up in that sense. But we have to remind you guys, it's going to be the whole day and the entirety of this season as well, to make sure that you guys squad up and team up for every #1 chicken dinner, because more exciting events and exclusive items coming your way. So don't miss out and stay tuned for the Carry You team song. So don't forget Mini and Bam Bam as your friend of PUBG Mobile.
Oh yeah, Mini and Bam Bam. Oh, and it has already been announced that the location of PMGO in Thailand. So yeah, okay, so now we can talk about it. Yeah, so it's officially announced, and obviously our friends of PUBG Mobile, Mini and Bam Bam, they're from Thailand as well. So there's a chance we will see dancing horses. Oh, you imagine dancing horses?
I didn't see that one coming, like seriously. You took me off guard.
Dancing horses. But there's this I've seen before, like somewhere on the internet, like whether it's a GIF or something, like there's this dancing horse. You see before, like
How does it look
it stands like on 2 legs, and then it just dances. It's just a horse that dances.
The one that I know of was a meme. The horse, singing horse. His lemonade.
What does the horse sing?
This is my horse. My horse is amazing.
Oh. You've been
How
on
do you know that song?
You've been on too much social media.
It's a very old meme. It just exposed my age as well. Well, might as well at this point.
I don't remember seeing that one though.
You can Google it up if you want to. You guys can do it too. It's so stupid. A waste of time, a complete waste of time. But somehow it entertained me because of how stupid it can get, how silly it was. Okay, speaking of silliness, we're gonna put that aside. We're talking about the last Miramar here, and so far the circle has not been kind for majority of our grand finals day. For the players, for us, it's fun to watch. Now, yes, it's not those unique circles, but Miramar just now was quite undecisive if you are the player. It's difficult. It's a gamble every single time for the circle.
Yeah, just like horses gambling on what song they want to pick, right? Like, pick that song. I like how we went from dancing horses to singing horses to
So random, man.
circle. Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? But today
What
has
did
been
you eat
absolutely
during-
entertaining. Not gonna lie though. It's not like
Yeah.
okay, just YG all the way, and not like I have any hate for YG, right? I'm just saying that for the fun of the tournament, you know, you get to see like, oh, bottom teams now coming up again. Now we have a whole bunch of teams potentially getting into top 3. To me, that's the definition of fun.
Yeah, that's kind of true. And today we have been getting a lot of different regions when it comes to the chicken dinner. It's just everyone just stepping up the game. And it's something that we want to see, especially how desperate are they. They want these points and want that slot. Because right now it's down to them to change the fate for themselves.
Yep. It is all down to them right now, and it's down to the last game for today. Of course, we're going to head back into Miramar. Hopefully, we get a trickier circle than the one before. Let's go.
Last map numbers running out. We're at match 12 out of 18, which only 6 more maps to go. That's gonna be tomorrow. Do it now or never for the teams that want to have a change of their overall rankings, especially for this last map of Miramar. They want to get those points as much as they can.
Oh, yeah. We did talk about this point before we start off the day, right? Like, okay, by the end of today, teams will need to put themselves as close as possible to a chance of being in the top 3. If they're too far, like, okay, you end the day at number 16, and then if you look at the points, it's just like what, 60, 70 points, then pretty much tomorrow will just be like a serious scrim for those teams.
That's true. And when it comes to healthy gap, a healthy margin between the teams that want to get themselves a second, third place, I think they have to aim for the difference. If you cannot catch up today, the difference must be less than 10 for the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place. If it's more than 10, tomorrow is going to be a tough day for them.
Oh yeah. So those teams, they need to really make good use of this final round. But by now, oh, okay. Possible Impala ending. Okay, I like it, Impala ending. It's been a long time.
And it's MSI, Misfit International Circle, and even their initial drop spot as well. So if they want to say they can, they're quite spread out. We do see FV is going up towards Minas Generales all the way by himself. He's doing some scouting work and trying to secure himself a couple of probably vehicles down there somewhere as well. But yesterday we had this circle.
Oh. Hang that thought for a second, because now Master D2K alone dancing with the devil and GGZ. Oh, but nice. Position to be in. But then again, the fact that he had to jump down. When you jump down, there'll be a delay for you to pull back up your weapon. And that's where Miner took advantage of it.
Oh, Miner. Great start. And GGZ. Yeah, when it comes... What was I talking about just now? I forgot about it entirely. Never mind.
And you were
it's
talking about
important.
Impala.
Oh yeah, Impala. Yesterday we had this sort of circle before, slightly towards Impala, then it pulled back to its truck stop. You remember that one, the last one, I think.
Yeah, because we had 2 truck stops yesterday, so it's not hard to forget. Haha.
I wish it actually just favors Impala this time. It feels like Impala is pretty much the center of it, but you never know. These days, circles are too hard to predict. But we do have the team spreading out quite evenly, taking each side of the map. And so I guess, do we wait for horse scenario, or we want to further talk about between horse and camel rides?
I have a feeling we're going to get to see horses. Oh.
Or camel.
Or camel, yeah. Whichever they're feeling like. Oh, but you know what? Earlier you asked about like, okay, second place onwards, like how the point gap is. Oh, now we have a lot of time to talk about it.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, when it comes to Hive, I think it's still making it a healthy amount of gap there between third and fourth. They need to finish it like this if they couldn't overtake that. But for TTK and JNK, I think towards realistically, who do you think that still can catch up for tomorrow by end of this map?
By now, I'm looking at 214 above.
Same.
I was kind of contemplating about like, oh, do I want to put MSI and the 70s bracket, right? But then if I think about it, it's not only about them getting the points, it's also about like the top three also bringing in points for themselves and whoever is close to the top three. So I think it's a bit difficult. So if I were to be a bit more realistic, I think it's still 214 above, yeah.
Yeah. For me, I was thinking the same thing when I talked about the margins. It's going to be the most 10 points between the third and to the fifth place if they want to play catch up here. Because of that same reason. Because you have to assume the top teams might get more than you do in the next few maps. So it's going to be tough. One slip and it's done. I think the top teams down to 214, like how you talked about that, they might be slightly safer to play this one out. But coming out from SKC, you saw how SKC just going, running amok, and just do some disruptions for all the other teams out. The same goes for HKG as well. So SKC, HKG, BKE, and I think on Fire, who just proved us our statement just now by getting themselves a hefty amount of eliminations in the last round. So these are the teams they should watch out for actually for the top teams.
Yeah, the ones that have like I got nothing much to play for. Your SKC, your HKG, your BKEs, and so on and so forth. And maybe that's what brought on Fire like the 10 elimination points to them. It's like, we got nothing much to play for. So whatever risk, even if it's like 1% success rate, it's like, let's just do it. And they just go for it. And that can be very disruptive to teams. And sometimes even though if they lose a fight, but if they disrupt a team and then a third party comes in, especially if it involves like the teams that can go for the top three, then that's very, very dangerous for the top teams. If I were them, at this point, I won't look at like the bottom teams as I can farm points out of them. Nah. I'll look at them as like, these are madmen. I'll avoid them at all costs.
But at the same time, don't you eliminate the threat if you deal with them quite early for these teams? Since when it comes to strategy, and as long as they're not too reckless for the top teams to find these bottom teams, I think if they try to shut them down quite early, that's the biggest threat taking out.
Well,
Sense
yeah.
of security. Yeah.
That's another way to look at it. But imagine this, right? So imagine this, right? You're a law enforcer. And you need to arrest a crazy guy on the street holding a weapon. Yeah, that's like the analogy, right? Like, do you engage or do you like just let him go? Okay.
Well, they're definitely engaging for both Team MSI and KE right now. I mean, are they among the mad ones? The KE is, possibly. But not for MSI. They're still in the range that can catch up if they want to. Here comes a gun starting off. KE, MSI, Self, long shots. They're committing to this for MSI. They really want to take KE down.
Yeah, because MSI is one of those that, well, if they really push hard here in this round, then we'll talk about their chances tomorrow. 70s bracket, that is. The MSI, the OB, the GGs. Yeah. If they can come up big this round, then maybe we're talking about them tomorrow.
Yeah, possibly they can though. We're talking about KE did well today. But YG taking on NGGZ, that's a huge one. I want to see that fight. That's going to be a top 3 fight. NGGZ, they cannot afford to even go out early. They cannot afford to lose another member at this point. That's heavy toll on NGGZ side. And they got minor. Oh, worst case possible. Oh, he need to just get over the hill, and Romeo shut it down. Oh boy, this is NGGZ giving away their slot for somebody else.
Yeah, and that's one of the competition that Yangu Gaitacos wouldn't mind eliminating.
100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 1
Well, looks like we're gonna get a truck stop-ish circle again and again and again. Circle really loves truck stop for some reason.
Yep. I think these guys can start to train for tomorrow's grand finals. Whoever's being eliminated early, just try to study the rotations to truck stop. That's it. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah. Don't bother about training any other location, right? Just truck stop and truck stop and truck stop. Nowhere else.
It's like the case. And one thing I noted, these early fights, the O teams like to fight against each other. Observation Esport versus Ozja, or even on fire. In the case now, it's gonna be Mike Uzi on fire. Kid going with the S12K, getting on you. Ozja Esport down to 2 players. They're playing the high ground. Kid, he got more experience in terms of the positioning. And now it's down to only Joseph left with Clay, Jin, and Chill Guy. Observation Esport, you have it better. I think they are winning this, but here comes another one. I think that's gonna be TTQ who just arrived.
Oh yeah, TTQ, they heard the commotion and now they're gonna probably try to take advantage of it. And yes, they started off with a nade onto Rex. TTQ 3 players, but they're on the lower ground, so they don't have a vision. But Zin. That's okay, Zin. Oh, he missed that shot. Decides to retreat. And now they are on the chase. They're pulling him towards his other teammates though. The observation esports, you need to observe where their movement is at. Okay, here comes Lucky from the side as well. Okay, this fight will continue on. Might take a while though.
Snake flying over. They are investing too much resources by OV. But they did not somehow connect. They keep tossing those hand grenades like it's water for them, but they managed to get on one. It's gonna be worth it. The opening is there. It's go time. OV circling around TTQ. And this is one of the teams that we talked about. The only team on the second page with a good head start point. And now they're proving us we might be wrong.
Oh, beautiful one onto the rooftop. By Clay Jr. Now Zen, final player for Title Quick Esports, dancing around, trying to win this 1v1 fight with the SLK, trying to hit all his shots, but no, denied away. But wait a second. Somebody else shot Observation Esports. Who is that?
HKG.
HKG? What, Mankey? What?
Arrived. Unpunished. Smooth criminal. What a timing. Just incredible. But it's still going to be Minas Generalis in between Truck Stop. Truck Stop seems to be very empty. Where we witnessed just now was actually down south, where KE and HKG nearby. And it's going to be MSI versus KE, and might be HKG joining in. And HKG, they are taking those long shots. They're not putting themselves in the center of attention up front and try to avoid conflict and steal points away.
Oh, and now GG's in action against SKC. That been knocked. It could be a long range one. No follow up there. Is Tapan stuck? Okay. Anyway, now GG. We're pretty sure the SKC on the other side, but SKC, they seem to be still okay though. Thanks to the smoke. Blinding 7 support. I'm still not giving up yet. Right into the smoke, but to no avail.
How many teams are there in here right now? We're only heading to stage 3. We do know stage 4. It's going to be the biggest stage of them all. The Great Migration going to happen there. That's where a lot of teams will be thinned out very fast. But for GG, we only see 2 of them. We don't see the rest of GG in here. There's only non-X and support. We don't see where is Renza. Says KC on the other side. I guess to answer your question now, the police force have to have better martial art then, if that's the case, to capture the madman at the very bottom, which translate into individual skills of the players. Are they confident enough to take the fights?
Now it kind of feels like confidence would depend on like, oh, how many teams are around the corner. Because for the past few fights, we see multiple teams engage at the same time. And one of them is going to be now with Gerald down. GG is going to go and pick up the spawns here. And Kaya is going to say thank you for the point.
There's Nemesis nearby. coming up from the back. I think just going to leave. That's going to be the last player of NGGZ. I don't think he wants to get into any fight. But I have a feeling while he's trying to leave, he gets shot down by any of this team. But that was a good instinct just now. He made a U-turn slightly a bit later. But on the northern side, last we saw, truck stop was vacant. I'm not sure about now.
But NGGZ, is there though. But just on the outside truck stop.
Oh. Was he taken now?
Oh. Ranzer going towards BKE? Nope.
Panda, MSI. A lot of pickoffs right now as a team trying to gain information by sending their scouts across. And that took a big risk for them, but they need the information. They cannot see each other around these high hills of Mina Generalis on the northern side. A flat plane in the center there. I think the circle will shift down towards in between the road as per usual. It's always going to be the case. That's why 214 has been dominating the southwest of the circle. Try to make sure they have over that circle control as much as possible. While the rest of us still tiptoeing to get into the circle just to get some info first.
But GG needs to tiptoe into the circle. The same goes for MSI now with SKC in front of them. Oh, high ground, but then again, South will need to get down soon. Trying to get bro. To get a good clear shot, second attempt, but he's there in the building to save their bay. Clody!
He's running out of bullets.
Yeah, that's the downside of like taking the high ground, right? Like, yes, you can tap on people from there, but even if you eliminate someone, like you can't loot. So your bullets will just go down from there.
That's the thing. Shouldn't he be a bit more conservative then? And conserving his bullets as much as he can. Quite alarming if he needed the bullets later on, because this is where the migration is going to happen. You need plenty of resources to stay alive while you're taking those high grounds, because it's up here. Clody just arrived. KE quite spread out. This is him digging his own grave, or might be shutting down KE.
Campus with a nade. And this area is somewhat within the circle, so there's still a little bit more time. Okay, we have Tavan here. Maburupu. Everyone's cooking nades right now, but look at all these angles. Like, you don't have a good clear view. He's just throwing nades and hoping that it lands. But I'm sure he wants to save Clody. But he cannot move. He's kind of pinned down. If he moved towards Clody, then he would expose himself to KE.
Oh yeah, he's exposed anyway. They know him. Oh, Carrillo jumping down. Is it wise? What was he thinking? What's the need of that? Why?
Oh! Maburubu got one. Okay. Is MSI still in this? Oh, there's one more. Oh, okay. An attempt by Maburubu, but the terrain just really isn't helping him. And the final player of MSI is still alive for now. Not bad.
Still holding on. Where? I'm trying to spot him out. He's in between HKG, and that's going to be the last. Got himself mixed up with a team that happened to be rotating here. MSI, unfortunately, they will go down the road of not getting the slots even further away, but we do have another fight going on. Black Eagle Esports versus GG. We are witnessing Kaya repositioning on the off angle to cover fire from the back. While BKE, they're giving themselves a 3-1 formation. Kane is going all the way back, scouting over Nemesis. They are divided for their focus right now on the side of BKE, but the circle will shift downwards. There you go. We expected that because it's going to be in between the roads. But HKG, they got himself a quite comfy spot. 2-1-4. Nobody is contesting them from where they stand.
Yeah, and they can follow up with Capo inside the circle. Because right now, all the attention is focused on to this area. GG coming in, and BKE is there. 7 support, trying to find an angle to get into the circle, but he's facing resistance. And Yango Ganicos is all the way up north as well, so they will have a little bit of part in this. Any long range attempt? they will take it. And that's where Smile will take it against Sora Kane, knocking him down. Who will secure the elimination point? We don't know yet. Looks like it's still going to be Smile.
Ooh. Can see the projectiles of the Troubles just now. Taking covers immediately for the players. The North is just too stacked. 11 teams, probably more than half of them come from the northern side, but YG, one player knocked down. I wouldn't worry too much about YG right now, but Hive, Jet, and K. Jet and K down to last player. That's going to be eliminating another threat for the contention of the top 3. Godspeed YG taken out, knocked down once more by a different team. But Nemesis on the second place, on the other hand, still having a full squad. They're not taking any actions yet, very quiet. But they are in between these teams. They're gatekeeping YG on the north.
Oh, look at the amount of teams on the minimap right now. But Frenzy comes in. The moment he shows up, MM got him down. So lucky for MM. He's down to his last stick of health and he's still able to heal up. Now more teams coming into the circle, including Young Radicals on the left side. Right in front of them is going to be Team Nemesis, the team that they want to beat. Young Radicals now they have the opportunity to try to stop them. Not only them, JNK is around the corner as well. Only they know that Team Nemesis is behind them. But anyway, they're trying to take down any target that they can find.
YG is pretty undecisive right now whether to go left or right side. It's going to be a big swing for them to deal with two teams at the same time. But Manay spotted out Nemesis. YG. Oh, Nemesis coming right behind YG. Master Small. He's thinking about whether should I help to guard over Nemesis. Just focusing on Hive or even BKE at this point. But GG has been under fire as well. YG resuming the fight against Nemesis. But when it comes to resources, they are running dry slowly. They are in the middle of every crossfire possible. YG being surrounded left, right, center.
And some support just got needed out by Sids. Young Radicals now moving forward, but we're going to switch over our view towards GG versus HKG. The fight for this building. GG, they managed to infiltrate through. Nice one, clearing off the members of HKG. Runs with a nade across into the smoke. But did not clip any player from HKG at all. Second attempt again. Smoke still blinding them, so both sides don't really know where they're at.
Ooh, but YG losing members. A bit of trade-off between YG and Nemesis. HKG, they are playing in the corner, plays indoors. CQC, waiting out the Molotov to burn out itself. I do want to see the fights outside. Yeah, finally we get to see one. YG, Demiov's out! Oh, the star player has been taken out. Dill as well. This is not great for Nemesis. They are second place. For the slot is at stake with Hive is still alive. This is not great for both Nemesis and GGZ. Master Smile trying to keep the boat afloat, but whoa! What a turnaround outplayed by Dill just now. YG executed just like that.
Oh man, Team Nemesis, they're almost like the kryptonite of Young Radicals now. And that's the team that they want to eliminate. To revive their hopes and dreams of potentially bringing back the championship to the Filipino region. And now for BKE and KE, Maburubu, gun down. But Baby Yummy Campus is behind this wall. Just waiting for that moment. Top toss there on the Kane, hoping to lock in the elimination point. Another one. I mean, beautifully done by Campus. Blind nade, and it worked.
BKE. Now, team seems to be dropping like flies as we're heading over to stage number 6 here. Spyro going indoors, trying to clear off the rest of the members of HKG. Down to last one, found him, and that's another one taken out. We're down to 6 teams only, and when it comes to the gap, it shrink even further with YG taken out. J and K, unfortunately, also be taken out by 214, who's climbing up the chart while on fire. Taken out by KE, taken out by on fire Itex. What is going on?
Oh man, that is crazy. It's just such a big mess. And the mess is not over yet. We can see on the minimap right here. Team Nemesis approaching on fire. They know that they need the points to try to catch up to Young Radicals. Nade after nade, but on fire. None of them connected. Now his team nemesis trying to hike up to the high ground. He need one.
Ooh, this
Dale!
one.
Oh, they got Dale!
Oh, he's down on the ground straight away. Got sprayed by Pretzel Hive. Stealing the work of On Fire. X definitely devastated. How the points been taken and stolen by the teams from afar. Hades, the last man standing for Nemesis. Second place. The slot is at stake. They have to make a good start tomorrow if they've fallen behind. With Hive still have a full squad. 2-1-4 as well. This is going to be tough for Nemesis and NGGZ. These two teams can catch up if they win it big.
Yeah, reviving their hopes of going for the championship. But let's see what Hades can pull up. So the lower ground is going against the 3 from On Fire. Not sure of his chances at this moment. It's going to be a tough one for him. But On Fire, they will be forced to move forward at some point anyway. 3, 2, 1, and the circle will shift. Oh, this day, big one! Big one, Hades! Oh, he moved away just in time.
Ooh, he managed to dodge first one, second one. Still plenty of hand grenades. Hades is trying to outmaneuver these guys with their troubles. On Fire. They're not happy, but that's gonna be the end. Special Axe giving us the special nades. We're down to the top 4 with NGGZ managed to stand last long enough. With that, well, the others still have plenty of players, trios and a full squad.
Well, the next biggest contender. Oh, nice one by Pretzel. He hit him shot, but he needs a little bit more than that. And finally, they will. And looks like right now we're down to the top 3 teams. Hive International, one of them. Could this be their second chicken dinner? What's their chances right now? Okay, they have to beat the circle first. A 2-1-4. Ryujin coming in by the side. Main objective for Hive International right now is to get into the circle before any other team.
2-1-4. They've been down there for the longest of time. They got the most men. Now all eyes locked onto Hive. It's gonna be a tough one for Hive. Both teams, 2-1-4 and On Fire, pinning them down. Hive, they've been making a lot of enemies in the last finale here. Our last map of the day. And Megs, he got himself a big gun to deal with. My oh my, Hive, no peeking at all.
Okay, navigating the smoke is Hive. Oh, hit. Another hit. One more hit. Oh, this is not looking good for Hive International right now. They're losing players, but at least they still have Rage to hold on. They're not eliminated yet. Okay, Ryman is still in the game. Healing up right now. And Mixie will shift his attention elsewhere. Looking at On Fire now.
2-1-4, they've been playing it silently at the sidelines quite some time, but they got themselves 4 eliminations now. Here comes Nate flying over to Capo. Kaka giving away his position, while Axe and Special Axe is playing the other side as a cover fire. But Hive, on the other hand, is slowly losing their members in the middle of the fight. 3-way battle finale. Whilst we have another opening Hive, they're getting a bit of a trade between these two teams, On Fire and Hive. But 2-1-4, they cannot let this chicken slip by.
Oh yeah, 2-1-4. This is their best chance at this moment. They have better control of the circle as well. And look at the current moment. They have International On Fire. They are putting focus onto each other. But Kaka is managing 2-1-4. Kaka won't be a big threat to 2-1-4 all alone. And everyone has their own corner. Oh, ITX got Raymond.
Oh, he was crawling in an open space. Special Axe Ryujin. Now 2-1-4, focusing on towards 2-1 On Fire. That gives a bit of a breather towards Hive. Ryujin. Oh, those pixel shots gotta hurt somehow. But he's running low for his magazines. Ryujin tapping ferociously towards ITX. 2 members left was on Fire. 2-1-4, they can fan out. There's nobody else to give them that big of a contender anymore. But if one small mistake could cost them dearly for this chicken. ITX tried to reset. But they're running low of the ammunition for 2-1-4 right now.
Oh yeah, even Capo as well. Min as well. Everyone's pretty low on ammunition. Okay, they have to make good use of whatever that they have at this point. ITX, on the other hand, has a lot in his ammunition. He's okay, but he doesn't have much on his health. As Capo got him, there's going to be Ryujin locking in the elimination point. 6 now for 214.
Kaka, last man standing. Oh, the circle disappears. This is it. Kaka, the closest one to 214. They know exactly where it's at. A nade! Blocked by the barricade of the vehicle, but here comes another, and the Blues were burning off alive. It's just a matter of time for Kaka. Cannot avoid the inevitable. And the Blues are closing in. Is an open space. They got another point for the hands of 214, scoring at 7, but can they make it a 9? Eliminations against Hive.
And now it's an all-Filipino region finale, ladies and gentlemen. 214, 2 more to go. Like what you said, they should be able to make it a 9, but they have to put in the work. Range will go down to the hands of Ryujin. 1 more to go. And there's going to be Pretzel. They know exactly where he is. They saw that nade. They're rushing in. Capo will go down. Could this be a comeback here for Pretzel? Pretzel still holding on to his dear life. Now it's going to be a 1v3. 3 more to go for Pretzel for him to come up with a miracle run, but 214 will not make it easy for him.
Oh, are they getting reckless? Are they getting impatient right now? Min isn't giving him his body, but he managed to score it finally. Pretzel was such a nuisance for the chicken coming out from 214, but valiant effort coming out from Hive, but 214, congratulations for their grand finals chicken dinner.
Whoa, 214 now with this chicken dinner. At the same time, they brought in 9 elimination points. Will this be enough to revive their hopes for at least a chance to be in the top 3? We also need to see how the other teams are performing, because this round, Hive International did fairly well. And same goes for Team Nemesis as well. It's going to be interesting to see how tight the points will be and what the gap is between whoever is at second place and Young Gatos as well. Lots more us to tabulate coming soon. But before that, the highlights.
No double-digit elimination this time, but plenty of throwables displayed across our stats here for our top 4 teams. 214 on fire, Hive and KE made it for the last Miramar map here today. But the question that we all want to know, we are excited to see the overall rankings, how much this kind of change when 214 got themselves the chicken dinner. Will a lot of things change in the overall rankings later on?
Ooh, I want to see how tight it is, because obviously it's the last game for day number 2, and day 3 will be the final sprint for everyone. Well, no double digit when it comes to eliminations for our top 4 teams, but when it comes to the points, surely they will be later on. Our MVP this time is going to be mixed from 214. 3 eliminations, 917 damage, 3 knockouts, and a survival time of 29 minutes, 53 seconds, 25% point contribution. Now, 214 is also one of those teams that I felt that at the very beginning, it's like, you could probably come up with something interesting, but they also have that same issue of like consistency that's just plaguing them. So they need to be a lot more consistent, or by now they just need to really boost up their points or chance to be in the top 3 or go for the championship. We'll need to look at that later. But here are the points, and Young Radicals 6 points, but they still have that cushion at the top.
I won't worry too much about YG at this point. The gap is still there. But second and third place slot is going to be crucial at this point, though. Also, when it comes to the teams like JNK, I think they kind of missed their shot. Same goes for MSI, because they've been slipping a lot by end of today when it comes to the grand finals day 2. And tomorrow is going to be a lot of pushing for the teams in the middle, of course, but to set the tone for tomorrow. And who's going to be the daily MVP today? Because we have very different teams getting those chicken points-wise, Cloud. I won't worry too much about YG. It's just huge.
Yeah, I'm doing the quick math here. So it's a 23-point gap. Still very healthy between Young Radicals and Team Nemesis, but second place onwards, 3-point gap, 3-point gap. 10-point gap, okay, but still. And then 4-point gap, and then 12-point gap. So still.
I think down to TTQ, it's doable for them to catch up tomorrow, unless some teams want to surprise us. Of a sudden change, sudden surge of the Rondo map tomorrow is going to be the most important Rondo for the teams to make a gap towards whoever's trying to get for the second and third place. Tomorrow, Rondo will change it.
Yeah, I also want to put out the point that Team Nemesis started off with 4 points. But our daily MVP, wow, came from the last game, Mix. Nice. Congratulations to Mix, the daily MVP today with it. 2.2 average elimination, 475 average damage, and 2 average knockouts. Wow. Came in just at the very, very end.
Perfect timing to get a daily MVP. That I assume he's probably in the run for the MVP for the entirety of the tournament as well. Then for Mix, who else is actually as the nominees? We have to wait and see until tomorrow, because right now for today, I even having a hard time. We definitely have a hard time to know who is actually our daily MVP. Today's rotation of chickens has been crazy, up and down, a roller coaster ride. But tomorrow's Rondo will change the flow of everything. If the middle team at the bottom, Cloud, especially those in the 80s, can get over 20 eliminations in a single map of Rondo, that will change so much, though.
Oh yeah, and I want to see that though. I want to see like the tight race until the last game. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Even if it's a tight race for the number 1 spot until the last game, it'll be kind of fun as well. So let's keep that one open. Let's keep the top 3 open. And Rondo will tell us a lot more story tomorrow. And speaking about tomorrow, of course, it is the last day for this season's PMCL. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. It's going to be the same time and same channel. And we will obviously crown the champion by the end of the day, and also who will be at the top 3 that will gain the slot to PMGO as well. So can't wait for tomorrow. And I believe that we are at the end of our show.
Haven't yet.
Not yet.
But,
okay, just checking.
I think for now, when it comes to the confirmed slot from one of the top 3, I think it's going to be YG. One of the confirmed that's going to get the top 3, right? It's basically YG's unmovable mountain on the top 3. Whether they can get the trophy or not, that's a different question entirely. But the race for the second and third place, this is what's heated up right now. And especially that third place tomorrow, if it's a tie, ooh,
I don't know what to say if it's a tie. It'll be crazy. It will be absolutely insane. Yes, we have got that before. And it's crazy. It is crazy. It is heartbreaking. So whether it will be a tie or not. So that also means that every placement point is going to count. Every chicken dinner is going to count in case it goes down to a tiebreaker.
And also, every elimination of your own teammate will be counted for the other team. So they have to make sure not to donate any points recklessly, especially the scouters. There's a lot of responsibility for that one man to gain information and not to die.
Yes, but what is also very important is for you guys to tune in tomorrow for day number 3. For tonight, we're going to end the show. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Red Beanie Choo Choo tonight. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Guess what beanie she's going to wear? Till then, bye-bye.